Oh, man. Did they remaster Farewell? Oh, no. That might mean I have to play that too. And Farewell really fucking gets me. Like, it has me in tears every single fucking time. So this is gonna be great. Alright, let's go. Episode 1, Awake. Let's go. How is everyone doing? Thank you for coming to the stream. Thank you. Oh, I'm getting such good feedback on my on my butch look. Thank you. I feel like this is definitely not super butch, but I feel like this is as butch as I can be. Good morning, Neve. Now there's a baby butch. There's my favorite baby butch. There she is. That train is loud. Oh, there she is. Love of my life.
I can't believe Firewalk is playing a show at the old mill. Fuck yes.
Howdy friends with gays. Howdy right back at you. As both a friend and a gay. I am already having a good Sunday now that I'm here. I haven't done much today so far except catch up on some sleep and eat some breakfast and contemplate how butch I am capable of being. So it's been an okay day. I've been pretty tired, so it's been nice to have a slow morning, and I'm very excited to be here with all of you. What are you making for breakfast, Neve? Thank you for being here. I saw your tweet saying that you were setting your alarm to have breakfast with me, which is super cute. Thank you for doing that. It's 9 a.m., so my day just started. Thank you so much for, like, waking up and being here. That's incredibly sweet, and I appreciate you a lot.
No trespassing? No way.
I love Chloe in this so much. I know that I've talked, like, a bunch on the channel about how much she reminds me of me in certain ways, but especially at this age, especially at 16. All of these are great achievements. Depressed baby, please let me hug you at Chloe. I mean, yes, at Chloe, but I also wouldn't say no to a hug, because I'm a depressed baby. All I have done today is eat food and play video games. That is a fantastic achievement. And sleep, of course. All of those are fantastic achievements.
Shit.
This is so weird without the music, man.
This place is awesome.
Oh, my baby girl.
If I'm gonna get inside, I'll have to get through that door.
Oh, my baby girl, my baby butch girl. I love her. Hey, Sara, hope playing the game helps you feel better. Oh, thank you, Elliot. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm getting so much great feedback on the look. Maybe I should try and be, like, butch more often. I don't know how to explain it. I think I feel like when... I don't know how to explain how I feel about that particular aspect of gender, actually, because I feel like I've definitely talked to a lot of you guys about how hyperfemininity feels like gender to me, but like it doesn't always feel like the case. And I was just saying earlier that, like, I feel like when I'm not trying to intentionally look a certain way, my, like, default energy is probably more, like, arguably more masculine, or at least that's what my, like, friends who see me, like, without makeup and just, like, in my casual clothes all the time tell me. And I've never really, like, tried to be like, oh, like, I'm dressing up, but, like, in a butch way before. So this is new for me, and I appreciate all the nice feedback.
If I owed somebody $1,000, I'd be shitting my pants.
hold on, I think Neve just told us what they were making for breakfast. Ooh, potato pancakes with poached eggs and tangerines and coffee. That sounds like an absolutely divine breakfast. I hope you enjoy it. Caitlin calls their feminine side girly pop and their mask side boy mode. That's cute. I think I'd have to figure out a name for my mask side that has nothing to do with boys, personally. Because, like, I feel like I definitely have, like, a mask side, but I also don't personally feel my gender to have anything to do with boy, for me, personally, if that makes sense. So I think that that's also part of it for me, like, figuring that out. Okay. R2 to do a little jog. We're gonna look at some stuff. And comment on how we're finding the remaster so far. I mean, most of this looks similar to me from before, like in terms of the environment, but like when her face is definitely a lot more like it's been remastered for sure. Let's ponder.
Mom would totally flip her shit if she knew I hiked for an hour just to see a show. This place is sketchy as hell. An old abandoned building in the middle of nowhere, miles from home. Home. Right. Now I remember why I'm here. Any place is better than home.
Yeah, I don't think it's an old enough game for a remaster either. I think that the remastering made a huge difference for the original Life is Strange. But we'll see while we play this one. I'll definitely be kind of paying attention to that and talking about that a lot today. But I agree. No worries, B. Thank you for being here, and I totally get that. You're very welcome to stay and lurk and just enjoy the background noise. I would like to see Steph remastered.
Some say the world will end in fire.
I'm very excited to see Steph and Rachel remastered, that's for sure.
Guess fire safety isn't exactly high on the agenda here.
I love this game, but I always thought that one of the things about Before the Storm that was kind of funny is that it feels like quite heavy-handed sometimes in terms of like the imagery.
This place has collected a lot of junk over the years.
Like it really is like fire, ravens, imagery.
A second door inside. So close and yet so far.
Yeah, I love Chloe so much in this because, like, I don't know, it reminds me so much of myself at this age because I was, like, depressed and gay and in the closet but, like, I had this, like, I don't know, this edgy shithead, like, energy, if that makes sense. Like, the way that I was dealing with everything and trying to process everything was by being, like, an edgy little shit.
Perfect place for me to work.
Like... Mom would be so mad if she knew what I was doing. You know? OMG, everyone, I need to tell you all that Katie Benz, aka Steph's actor, liked one of my tweets the other day. That is enormous news. Oh, my PlayStation telling me that Life is Strange Before the Storm Remasters is ready to install, as if I'm not already playing it. Let's make a Breaking Bad joke. Oh yeah, I have no idea how I'm gonna approach the decisions in this playthrough. Recreational vandalism.
Definitely, absolutely not a meth lab.
Oh, Faith. Thank you for being here, but I can't believe that you woke up so early to be here. That's really, really sweet of you. Aww. I would ask you how your day is going, but you've already told me that it's incredibly early and you're feeling groggy, so, no worries. Yeah, I just realized that I haven't thought about how I'm gonna make decisions in this playthrough. So... I have no idea. Hold on, let's have a look at Damon. Sorry, spoilers.
Those guys need to get a room. Or not. Damn.
Mind your own business.
Yeah, he doesn't look much different.
I understand.
So far, the only thing that looks particularly different is Chloe's face.
Seriously, though. Who drives an RV to a firewalk show?
Yeah, Katie Benz seems really sweet, the actor who plays Steph. She seems incredibly, like, sweet.
I'd join a motorcycle gang if I had any friends.
So, okay, it's interesting. So, we've got... Charlotte said Chloe is already kind of a mean lesbian. I do want to have Chloe's sexuality discourse in the stream. I do want to do that with you guys. Because I've seen varying opinions of whether Chloe is lesbian or bisexual. And because of the fact that I had taken for granted that Max was bisexual for many years, and then I streamed the remastered version, and then
so
Charlotte blew my mind,
and
now I'm like 100,000,000% convinced that Max is a lesbian, and like I cannot be convinced otherwise. I am interested to have some Chloe sexuality discourse because I don't know. Like, I don't think I've ever felt strongly about this one.
Guess it's been years since anyone's actually worked here.
That's usually why I don't attend streams. Oh, I'm so sorry. Time zones are cruel.
I've got to figure out how to get past this guy.
Here we go.
Help you, miss?
Back talk time.
You gotta let me in. Check it. I'm totally legit.
It's not a bad fake, kid, but you're in over your head here. Do yourself a favor and scram.
I like the nice guy.
Can't let him push me around.
The nice Polynesian
Should I go back
guy.
and stand up to him? Or can something around here help me convince him?
If I remember correctly, he's Samoan.
Nothing says badass like a nice floral print.
Leave him alone. His masculinity is completely valid.
That saw looks ancient. I wonder how long ago the mill actually closed.
I think she's bi, but maybe with a sexual attraction to men and not romantic attraction. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. I think that's probably what I think as well, because of just certain interactions, where she does seem genuinely, like, interested in men sexually, but then, like, on an emotional level, doesn't really seem to care about any of them, as far as, like, I can tell. I don't know if there's anything else around here, that will help me with this back talk interaction, so I think I'll just go for it now, and get in there.
God, again? What do you want, kid?
Is that your bike over there?
Yup.
It's, pretty cool.
Gee, thanks. Is that all?
This is the old mill, right? I heard Firewalk is playing here tonight. They're awesome.
Nope.
I can't wait to get to
Are
the
you kidding?
Firewalk gig and it's going
We
to be
should
totally
probably just
silent.
go.
Here we go! Time to backtalk.
I have to convince this doorstop that I'm not giving up until he lets me inside.
In backtalk, you use arguments and insults to get someone to do what you want.
Don't you remember what it's like to be a teenager? I just want to see the band.
I thought we went over this.
The bouncer!
Past your bedtime?
Sorry, Gazebo Kids played an incredible JRPG last night on the stream called The Bouncer. The Bouncer! I can't get that out of my head every time I see the word bouncer. bouncer now. The bouncer. Okay, let's defeat the bouncer.
Oh, isn't it past yours?
Real cute. But I still don't know you.
Yeah, I know.
Kittens riding tiny mopeds are cute. I'm more like Red Sonja
I
riding
do
a
not get
panzer
those
tank.
references.
Okay, kid. I get it.
Does anyone know who Red Sonja is?
Maybe I am a kid, because this place looks like a damn
Or what a
playground to me.
panzer tank is?
A girl like you? I can't protect you in there.
A girl like you with pretty flowers on her bicycle shouldn't lecture me on what I can
Yeah,
do.
it just
That is a
attacked his
traditional Samoan-
masculinity. Don't do that, kids.
Look, my boss decides who
Disclaimer, I'm gonna do that a few times in this game, but
Bosses suck. Screw the man and fuck the rules, dude.
You're not accepting no for an answer, are you?
Nope.
he's
you
just
really think you can
nice.
take
He's
me?
just a nice
Yeah.
guy.
What if I had a knife?
No problem.
A gun?
Don't care.
What if I had...
You could have a flamethrower.
He's just a big,
an army of
cuddly
robot
guy
ninjas,
who
and
never
a
had any
motherfucking
intention of
dragon
hurting
on
her.
a leash in there, and I'd still kick your ass.
I give up. You're alright, kid. Go on in.
I defeated the bouncer! Okay, I also feel like Chloe probably wouldn't have sex with someone she wasn't interested in. Like, she doesn't seem as affected by compet as Max felt. So it's an interesting point that you make, because I would say that to a large extent I agree, but part of the way that compet works is that it kind of
This
gaslights
is
you into
intense.
thinking that you're interested in,
Hey, Delia, come.
well, in this case, in men.
You don't.
And so I guess that, like, because with Max, a lot of the discourse that we had was around, like, whether or not she seemed interested in Warren, and there were moments where it seemed like maybe she was, but it also felt uncomfortable. So I think that it's still something that you could
Just
like
follow the
raise
lights and the
as a
sound.
question.
Can't
So I
wait
think
to
I'm
get
going to
in
try
there
and
and
pay
thrash.
attention to it in this game, because I think that in Life is Strange, the original, like the only instance where I'm like, yeah, Chloe seems like genuinely interested sexually in a man and genuinely attracted to a man is with Jefferson. And I think that that's the only example I can think of that from her in across the two games. And that is interesting because Jefferson is still arguably like an unattainable like male authority figure. But they also, and I guess that they also make the implication that Chloe is quite sexually active and that she has like condoms in her jacket, but that doesn't really necessarily imply anything about the gender of the people that she's being sexually active with. And I think a lot of her sexual interactions we can kind of also assume and might even be implied are in the context of being intoxicated, which I'm not going to super overshare here, but I have definitely on multiple occasions when intoxicated, I'm sober now, makes a huge difference to this, snoozing my ad so I can finish this thought. Yeah, being sober does make a huge difference to this actually, because there are several times when intoxicated, even after like coming out as a lesbian, that I had sexual interactions with men and then would gaslight myself into thinking that I wasn't a lesbian. But then when I reflected on that, I was like, you don't like men and you didn't even really like that, you're just lonely. So there's what I'm saying is that there are a lot of like complicated considerations to make, so it'd be interesting to think about in this game. He'd look better if he had horns. Every bouncer has to have horns. Those are the rules now. I used to think of her as a lesbian, but honestly that might have just been me projecting. But I think she might just have a strong preference for women or only sexual attraction to men. Yeah, that makes sense as well. This is the thing. Like, I think that I would either see Chloe as a lesbian or as bi with, like, a strong preference for women, or, like, bisexual and, like, homoromantic. Those are, like, the ways that I would argue for Chloe's sexuality. But I don't know, because, again, like, I feel like when we were talking about the original Life is Strange, when I was streaming it, that completely shifted my thinking and how I think about sexuality in a game like this. So I'm really interested to be playing it now. Pet the doggy.
That dog is fierce.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 game. Because I can pet the dog.
Delia.
Oh. Oh, puppy.
She doesn't usually like people.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
Almost
Me
got
neither.
it. Drunk girl.
Sober up, girl. You're missing the show.
Yes, it's really helpful when you tell people to sober up.
Damon Merrick again? Who is this guy?
Yeah,
Don't mess with Damon Merrick. Yeah, I have no idea how I'm going to approach these decisions. Maybe I'll just do a bit of chaos, a bit of opposite decisions, a bit of vibes. Let me know in chat, though, if there's anything
Reminds me of the way I
particularly you
make
want to see me
important
do.
life choices. No thanks. I try to avoid hepatitis when I can.
I forgot how much I love Rianne D'Souza's line delivery
Classy.
of, like, some of these, like, stupid little jokes that Chloe makes to herself in her head.
How can you just chill when Firewalk is tearing it up in the next room?
I'm back now. Hi, Neve. We were having some slight
Frank Bowers?
sexuality discourse,
What is he doing here?
which you might have missed. We're just saying that we are gonna, like, pay attention to and have some discourse potentially about Chloe's sexuality in this game.
Yo!
Hi, Frank.
Hey.
This motherfucker.
Chloe?
I know your name, you idiot. You bought pot for me every month for a year. Look at that getup. Studs. You're trying too hard. What are you even doing here?
I'm here to see Firewalk, man. They rock.
Look at that dancing.
How'd you even hear about this little shindig?
God, the internet. How else?
That was some white
Seriously?
people dancing if ever I've seen it.
Kids.
I completely forgot that it's a different actress. Yeah, I'm gonna double check that I got her name right. But I think she does so well in, like, capturing Chloe. Because, like, in my head, like, I hear Ashley Birch's voice and it's so, like, familiar and it's so, like, that's, you know, that's Chloe. That's Chloe's voice. But I think that Rianne does such a good job in this game of, like, delivering on that, even though it's like she's a different actor. Hold on, I'm just on the wiki trying to check. No, I got her name wrong, so sorry. I'm so sorry. Her name is Rihanna DeVries. She also has a Japanese voice actor. I wonder if they've dubbed Life is Strange in any other languages. I think I've seen the trailer of Life is Strange dubbed in Japanese, actually. Rihanna DeVries is non-binary, actually. So I've also been using the wrong pronouns for them. Very, very sorry. Rihanna DeVries plays Chloe in this game. I mean, Chloe is, like, almost certainly not cis, right? Like, that's... that I know. Fuck Frank over playthrough. I second that notion. Yeah, okay, yeah, fuck Frank. Absolutely fuck Frank. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Do you come here a lot, you fucking weirdo?
So, you come here a lot, or?
Yeah.
God.
Right. It's cool.
I'm really glad you approve.
Chloe and gender. Yeah, and I'm definitely happy to talk about that more. I think, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you holding? I could definitely use something to take the edge off.
Of course. As soon as you give me the $175 you owe me.
Shit. Do I really owe him that much? Unless I find some quick cash around here, I can kiss my high goodbye.
Hi, Ferris. Hello. Thank you very, very much for resubscribing and for being subscribed for 12 whole months. Thank you very much and welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. What have you been up to? I also forgot to say, because this happened before the stream started, but happened over the past day, thank you very much. Lost in Fairy, fantastic name, Faye, for the follow and for subscribing at tier 1. So thank you both. Hi, hello. How are you? How are you, friend? How bad do I want some weed? I mean, this is funny because I'm sober now. I don't think I was sober the last time I played this game. So I feel very differently about this kind of thing now. Also, okay, like, my main mindset is how do I fuck over Frank right now. And also, if I'm role-playing Chloe, who's having a shit time and is a 16-year-old and self-medicates with weed, then all of that is absolutely fine, obviously. Yeah, why not? Spot me some.
How about you spot me some? You know I'm
not good for it.
No way. I learned my lesson last time. Money first.
Never mind, then.
Suit yourself.
Her face. Frank is honestly such a fucking weirdo, though. I think I always kind of thought that, but over the years it's really, like, sunk in. Maybe
Classy.
because I'm older now and, like, it's sunk in how weird it is for him to be so friendly with teenagers and then obviously, like, to have a relationship with Rachel, who is, like, half his age.
Reminds me of the way I make important life choices.
Oh, I love her so much. Skeevy guys!
Sketch Central.
Skeevy! I don't think I've ever heard that word in my life except in this game.
Sweet knife. Just like the one my mom refused to get me for my birthday.
I finally got my dual monitors set up so I can watch in full while working. Yay! Well, thank you for joining. Glad to have you here. And also, dual monitor setup for the win. I got one last summer, and it completely changes the game, doesn't it? How old is he meant to be? In his 30s? I think so. Let's Frank Bowers. Life is strange. Ugh. Also, I gotta say, I don't wear, like, sleeveless shirts very often because I'm kind of, like, self-conscious about it. But what it is making me think is that I need, like, shoulder tattoos because I'm, like, yeah, it's, like, it just makes me look at my arm and be like, I need more to fill up the space. Anyway, Frank Bowers.
They're gonna sell out. This place is mobbed.
31!
Okay, good.
He's 31.
Right,
And Rachel
well,
is
that would help.
16. Let's just... Confirmed.
No.
31 it says. Thanks, Neve.
Look, we have to set this up exactly as I've
I
explained
can't
it
believe
to
I
you.
used to just switch tabs if I wanted
It's
to
not
watch
gonna take
something.
any more
I
than
watch
an
it on
hour
my
to do
phone
it.
precariously on my desk. Dual monitors are life-changing.
can't
They
hear
are. Yeah.
Can you talk louder, please?
I'm nearly 29 and the
Okay,
thought of
good.
hanging out with 16-year-olds
That's
is bizarre.
exactly what we
Yeah,
need,
for
thank you.
real. I mean, like, I'm
Yeah, I mean,
26 now, and the
they're gonna
idea
sell
of
out.
hanging out with 16-year-olds
This
is
place is
insane
mobbed.
to me.
Okay, good.
Like, hanging out
Right,
with
well,
them.
that would help.
You know what I mean? Let alone dating them. You're 100% right. It's not that I, like, have a problem interacting
No.
with 16-year-olds.
No,
it's
no,
that
no,
there's,
no.
like, a very clear
Look,
line
we
of
have
what's
to set this up
appropriate and what's
exactly as I
weird, if
explained
that
to
makes
you.
sense.
All right, it's not gonna take any more
Like,
than an hour to do it.
I can interact with a 16-year-old just fine. Like,
can't hear you.
if... but hanging out with 16-year-olds is weird.
Okay, good.
I don't know how to explain
That's
that,
exactly what
but
we need. Thank
you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
Sweet knife. Just like the one my mom refused to get me for my birthday.
Like, I'm an entire decade older
right,
than
well,
them.
that would help.
A whole decade. A decade's a long fucking time. And like, when I look back on it, like, I was a kid when I was 6. Like,
Look,
I was a
we
kid,
have to set this
man.
up exactly as I've explained it to you. All
Okay,
right?
let's
It's
talk
not
to
gonna
this
take any more
weirdo.
than an hour to do it.
I'll steal a shirt. I'll
That
do some
shirt is
crimes.
rad.
I'm here to be gay and do crimes and screw over men.
Look, we have to set this up
for
exactly
sure.
Is
as I've
that guy
explained it
selling
to you.
merch?
All right, it's
Wish
not
I
going
had
to
some
take any more
cash.
than an hour to do it.
It's so weird that once you're the age someone was when
I
they were
can't hear
dating you,
you.
you're like, wow,
Can you
I would
talk
not do
louder,
this
please?
ever. Yeah, it's such a good point because, like,
Good.
I've been
That's
thinking
exactly
recently
what
about the
we need.
fact that there is, like, a man in my life who is in his 30s who, like, asked me out when I was, like, 18 or 19. And, like, at the time, I did not, like, clock how weird that was. And now I'm like, whoa, that was really fucking weird. And also, like, he knew I was a lesbian.
Half those
I
stairs are
mean, men do that,
waterproof.
like, all the time. But
Looks
I was, like,
dicey.
friends with this man. Like, I was friends with him, and I did not see anything wrong with that
That's
at
exactly
the
what
time.
we need.
Because, of
Thank
course,
you.
I didn't. But
Yeah, I mean,
he should have.
They're going to sell out.
You know?
Looks like that parking brake is the only thing keeping that car from rolling down the ramp.
No.
Okay, yeah, so I gotta distract him, right?
Yeah, no shit. This car could slide down any minute.
Be gay, do crime. Be gay, do crime.
Can you talk louder, please?
Do I have to talk to
Okay,
him, or
good.
is there another way to
That's exactly what we need.
distract
Thank you.
him?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to sell out. This
Okay.
place is
I think maybe I
mobbed.
have to talk to him.
Okay, good. Right.
Hey, are you selling any...
$20.
What?
$20 for a t-shirt.
That's really expensive. Dick.
Being 10 years older than Max in LAS hits different. Yeah, it does. I think as well because when I first played LAS, like, I was her age,
Any more than an hour to do it.
and for it to be, like,
I can't hear you. Can you talk louder, please?
7, 8 years later, that's crazy.
That's exactly what we need. Thank you. Yeah, I mean,
That context is very interesting, isn't it? Like, when you're 16, you think you're such an adult, but you look back on it and you're like, they're babies. Yeah.
right. Well, that
Plenty of my MLP mutuals are under 18, and I'm happy to talk to them, but I keep it to the, like, things we have in common on a kind of surface level. Yeah. If someone wants to chat about Twilight Sparkles, then yeah, but we were not what I'd call friends because boundaries. Yeah, that I think that makes perfect sense. My GF I had when I was 17 was 22, and now I'm 22. I'm like, oh, that's something to talk about in therapy, actually.
sell out.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it is a bit. It's like, it's weird because it's not necessarily about, like, age in and of itself, right? But it's about the power dynamic. If that makes sense. So, yeah.
How can you just chill when Firewalk is tearing it up in the next room?
I can't wait for Firewalk to tear it up, by which I mean for us to watch white people dance in complete silence. And by dance, I mean flail.
Looks like that
Can you-
parking brake is the
I
only
know
thing
how to
keeping
do
that
this.
car
I
from
know that I
rolling
gotta.
down
I
the
know that I
ramp.
gotta. But you won't let me. Do I gotta try and take it?
Look, we have to. Hey, I told you $20.
Hey, Cause,
You
welcome
looking
to the
to get beat?
stream.
That guy's a dick. If I want a shirt, I'm going to need to get creative.
I gotta say, so far the only thing that's remastered is Chloe's
We
face.
have to set this up exactly as I've explained it to you.
Release the Kraken.
Sorry, dude.
Honestly, I'm 23
Maybe
and the
you
idea of
shouldn't
hanging out with
overcharge.
16-year-olds is so bizarre because I remember what I was like at that age and I was a baby. Yeah, and I also want to be clear that I don't feel like I don't want to come across as saying that in like a condescending way either. Like, not in a condescending
Thanks for
way.
playing,
So I don't know if there's like
Dick.
another way to say it, but because of the whole like way that in our society, like, being seen as like a baby or infantile is something that's meant to like disempowering. And we've had some conversations before about like innocence and like children and adults and structures of power and stuff, and how like children are, you know, I think arguably, like, in a big way, like, just literally factually speaking, an oppressed group in society. So it's difficult to find a way to talk about this that doesn't sound condescending. But I guess that's exactly it, right? Like, children, quote unquote, using that with a pinch of salt, are an oppressed group in society, and we legally, etc., are adults, which means that we have power over them. And it's about being aware of that power dynamic, if that makes sense. Steal it! I feel all of this y'all saying as I'm 30 now and gonna be 31 literally next month.
Holy shit!
Well, congratulations on your 30s.
Rich.
I think some people can be really weird about it, but I think that it seems like a great age to be. Like, for real. I can't wait to be in my 30s.
Nothing sadder than a neglected bong.
Oh, Chloe. There are plenty of sadder things. Beer.
Cold beer, free for the taking.
If I remember correctly, oh, and I should have put this in, like, some of the timers that, I've played this game a bunch before, and I'm probably gonna casually be dropping spoilers, so I'm very sorry to anyone who hasn't played it. If you take the beer, then does that mean that you have the empty bottle, which means that you can attack the guys when they try to, like, attack you? In that case, maybe I will take a beer. I've decided my 30s are going to be my time. Yeah, that's in my head as well. That's my thing. I'm like, when I'm in my 30s, I'm going to be in my MILF era. And partly literally because I do literally want to be a mother. But partly because I'm, like, determined on being, like a MILF. You know? So I feel like I comfort myself by being like, yeah, when I'm in my 30s, I'm gonna be a MILF. It's gonna be amazing. Is there anything else I can do around here? Did I take a beer? No, I didn't, but I think I will. I can do graffiti here, can't I? Let's do it. Oh, to be a MILF. Exactly. I had to allow that. Twitch tried to block MILF. Twitch is MILF-phobic. Evil Eye. Because it's thematic.
What are you looking at?
So this is funny, actually. I've seen a couple of videos about this recently. About the concept of the evil eye. Which is something that, like, I think I'd kind of, like, taken for granted but not really thought deeply about before, because it's something that, like, in, like, a lot of people in my family, particularly, like, my mother, in terms of people close to me, really, really believe in. There are a lot of, like, little rituals and stuff that she does, for example, that are supposed to, like, protect from the evil eye. And those, like, necklaces and things that people get that are, like, the blue eye are meant to be, like, talismans that protect from evil eye. And ContraPoints did a really interesting video where she talked about evil eye, which I think in Urdu is called nazar. So that's how I've always, like, said it. But it's interesting because I think it was ContraPoint's video on envy that basically talked about how, like, the evil eye is like is arguably like an envious gaze that wishes you ill because of. It's a really interesting thing, but anyway, like, I wonder about drawing this here, right? Because is drawing this here, and you know how throughout the game you see, like, the Illuminati eye, which I guess is not meant to be the evil eye, but it's meant to be, like, the all-seeing eye of God, etc., etc. I think the way that that's, like, a theme in this game is really interesting, but also especially because the first game has such an emphasis on, like, looking and photography and the gaze and the violence of the male gaze and all of these things. So I think that the theme of, like, looking in this game is really interesting, but it makes me think, like, what is... How could you interpret the meaning of drawing this eye here? Like, is it like a kind of thing where you have a talisman that wards off nazar, protects against nazar, or is it something that, like, invokes it or casts it upon someone else? Just a thing that
Sweet
happened in my brain.
dreams, hombre.
Let's catch up on chat. 30, flirty, and thriving. Yeah, that's the dream. I am nowhere near my 30s yet, but I fantasize about being in my 30s and just getting to breathe for a minute and maybe just get my shit together by then. That's relatable. Automod says no to MILF posting. Yeah, MILF-phobic. MILF-phobia from Twitch happening right now. I'm so looking forward to being in my 30s so I can stop thinking about coming up to my 30s. Once I'm there, it'll be golden. A lot of love for 30s in this chat. A lot of people looking forward to their 30s, and I think that that's really great energy. Genuinely, especially for all, like, so many of us being queer people, I think that it's really nice to see everyone looking forward to, like, living. Love it. Sorry, just making sure I didn't miss anything earlier. Okay, we're good. They tell you 30 is a huge milestone, but it honestly just feels like any other birthday. Yeah, I get that. Birthdays are weird, though. I feel weird about birthdays. I don't really know how to engage with that. Like, when I have a birthday, I'm like, I don't know how to process what's happening. And then, so I often, like, don't end up telling people about it, and then they try and be nice when they know it's my birthday. And I should probably just tell people that I feel weird about my birthday, but I don't know what I actually want or, like, how to deal with it. It feels like there's less pressure once you get here. That's nice. I think there's such a pressure in your 20s to do all this stuff and achieve all these things. Yeah, for sure. Hello, Evelyn. I am in my 30s and have not got my shit together, but I feel less pressure to. I mean, that's really nice. Like, that's really nice, because, like, I don't feel like you ever magically know everything or have all your shit together, right? But I do think that there's a lot of pressure on people in their 20s, for sure, to, like, experience everything and
sweet
get
dreams,
everything
hombre.
together and, like, blah, blah, blah. I think this has been exacerbated even more by the pandemic, probably. I'm just a little guy. I don't want to have responsibilities. Howdy, child of the gazebo. Indeed. You missed our incredible We Met a Bouncer. The Bouncer earlier. It was great. I think people giving less of a shit if I don't have my shit together would be nice. Just girly pop. Yeah. While my first year of my 30s was mostly struggling, it did feel like another year, but also that I'm going to take care of myself era because of how capitalism impacted my 20s, and I just needed a break for a while. But it's interesting how reaching 30s can make you really reflect on your life, but I still like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Amazing. I really love that for you, Neve. People have told me that once I'm in my 30s I'll be so much happier, and I'm really hoping they're right. LOL. Yeah, I think it's maybe less about like putting pressure on it to feel happier or have your shit together, but more like feeling like maybe there's a sense of relief or a sense of like less pressure, if that makes sense. Like, you're still gonna be you, and like life is messy, and that's not your fault. Like, I think that being messy is a pretty natural reaction to life being messy, you know, and the world being messy. I don't think that there's ever a point where you like have your shit together. And I think that the idea that that is a thing that people can achieve is a capitalist construct. But then we all think that it's possible, so we all put that pressure on ourselves and others. And I think that we should cut ourselves and each other some slack. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be any less of a messy bitch when I'm in my 30s.
Drink more,
unfortunately.
feel less. Yes.
Sorry, I kind of just undercut my own message by saying unfortunately. Clearly these things are hard to unlearn. But it's something I think about a lot because I do want to have kids. I know that not everyone does, and that's fine, and absolutely no pressure. But it's something that I've always wanted, and I think I put a lot of pressure on myself that I have to have my shit together, which in some ways you should before thinking about having children, like, but equally, I think that I, like, overthink it so much and pressure myself so much about, like, the idea of, like, what being a perfect parent would be like, that I just work myself up over it majorly, and I'm like, yeah, I should never have children because I'll never be mentally well enough or financially stable enough to do that, and I don't know how you strike a balance between being like, yes, having children is a serious thing
Half
that you
those
should take
stairs are
seriously
rotted
and be
through.
ready for, but also realize that you'll never be 100% ready and 100% put together, and at some point you just have to take the...
Bumping into my drug dealer at the fireworks show? Seems like fate to me.
Okay, I took a beer, didn't I? Okay, and I have a beer in my inventory, which means that I can...
300 dock workers laid off, their pensions canceled? God, Prescott's a real tool.
Dear members of the Arcadia Bay, Prescott Foundation recently purchased Arcadia Bay Marine Corporation, bankruptcy settlement, eliminated your position along with 307 members of your union. Amazing. Liquidating assets, blah blah blah. So, capitalism bad. Prescott's represent capitalism. Same old. I don't know if it's worth talking to Frank again. And then
She
I'll
returns.
Go into the no, never mind.
I'll see you later.
Whatever.
God, I hate him. Yeah, let's mosh. Welcome to the mosh pit, Shaka
There
Bra.
are a lot of people here. Here we go.
I was in my mid-20s when the pandemic began, and I feel like I turned around and I lost a bunch of prime years, which is weird. Yeah, I get that feeling.
Hey, you okay?
I'm fine.
Relax.
Oh, I forgot he has a
You
tattoo
bumped
that
into
says
me,
dope.
remember?
What a dickhead. They're not yeah. I barely feel like I registered my milestone birthday. Yeah, but again, that like milestone age thing is just like a weird like construction, right? Like it doesn't, like it's not a real thing, and we put a lot of pressure on ourselves for that. I went nutso for 22 as a Swiftie. That's relatable. I realized the other day I was 23 when it started and had to like try to not cry for a bit, mourning that time. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, guys, and you're definitely far from the only people who feel that way, because that does, the way that like the pandemic kind of felt like it stopped time in a way, or that there was like lost time, is something that I am sure that sociologists and queer theorists are already sinking their teeth into. But it was a really it was an enormous collective trauma. It is an enormous collective trauma that we're still living through, and that many people are completely in denial that it's still happening, or that it ever even happened, and stuff. You get to 30, you get to be as messy as you want. Thanks, cause. Kids is something I think about a lot with being in my 30s too. That feels like the right time, but I'm not ready for them now. But there's time, but there's not. I 100% know what you mean, and I freak out about that all the time, and it's kind of nice hearing you say that, actually, because it's like I don't feel like I have loads of friends who want kids, and I completely understand why, and that's fine, and those friends are very chill about the fact that we want different things, and that's okay. But it is nice to hear from someone who wants something similar and is experiencing a similar thing, so I appreciate you sharing that. Yeah, it's hard as well, because I feel like you process a lot of the trauma that you experienced from your childhood and your parenting, and you want so badly to be different, but then I think that there's also a lot in the fact that parents are human beings, and there's no way to be a perfect parent, so how do you reconcile that you will make mistakes, but you have to find a way to kind of be able to navigate that and do the best that you can for your child. It's tricky. It's really tricky, and I'm still trying to reconcile that in my brain, that I'm so I have this need to be ready to be a parent, but that's not totally possible. Fuck this guy.
Fuck off, man.
Hey, you don't know who I am, do you?
No, and I give zero shits.
Hey, let me know how that works out for you, bitch.
All right, mosh pit is a no-go. Fine. Maybe I can get a better view of the action from up above.
Okay.
Half those stairs are rotted through. Looks dicey.
Let's go. Are you guys ready to rock out to complete silence?
Fuck! Yes! Finally made it! I can't believe it!
Yeah! Rocking out! Yeah, I love this song! Yeah, fuck yeah! God. Oof. Little cutie enjoying herself. Wow, I really do hate that man. Yeah, he's a fucking piece of work, isn't he? A big same. My London close friends don't want kids, so it's a weird place to be in. Though I'm also a godparent, so to a friend's kid back home, so we do have that, but I really get that thing of not having too many people our age that want kids, and also totally understand, because kids are a lot of responsibility. Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
You spilled my beer,
this fucker, interrupting
bitch.
our moment. Such a piece of shit.
You should be more careful. It's a rough place.
I don't like your attitude.
Insult, obviously.
Then how about I show you how
'Cause I'm feeling
unimpressed I
chaotic.
am with limp dick assholes who get butthurt over a spilled beer.
I think she's calling us out, dude.
She's gonna regret every
think she's
word.
calling us out, dude.
Every word.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
I'm gonna teach this little punk some manners.
I'm serious. You want to see me get angry here? Because I'm getting there. And it won't be pretty. It won't.
She thinks she can take you?
I got a bottle too.
Hey, dickhead.
My white knight. And not in a creepy Warren Graham way, but in a amazing sapphic way. She's so small and excited. I love her. I know. I love her so much. She is my daughter. She is my beautiful baby girl. She's my little baby butch queen. I love her. I would die for her. I just want to take care of her. Anyway, I would love to be an aunt. Yeah. I don't want to be a parent, but yeah, fair enough, guys. I feel like I've had a lot of lost time with my mental illness stuff, fucking up my memory, and the pandemic hit way harder. Yeah, that's really, really hard, pal. I'm sorry. I, like, in a very different way, but kind of had a similar thing when I, like, got sober, like, realizing how much, like, of my memory and how much time I had lost to just being super fucking drunk all the time. And I still feel like I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to process, like, all of this, like shit that happened, that some of it is, like, I kind of vaguely remember it, and then, like, there's just shit that, like, I don't even remember, because that was some hard times where some very bad things happened. I will be here for all of my friends' children. I appreciate that. I think that's one of the fears I have, actually, if I'm, like, being honest, is that a lot of it has to do with, like, living in a society, TM, because, like, I am single, and I realistically don't think that I could bear the burden of being a single parent, even though, like, I would consider it from, like, just how badly I want children. I'm also a lesbian, which makes both of those things make, like, having kids, like, difficult. Like, what are my options realistically? Being single and gay makes it, like, hard to adopt. It makes it hard to, like, give birth. It makes things really difficult. I don't know if I would have the financial stability. I definitely don't make enough money. I make enough money for myself comfortably, but I don't make enough money to take care of a kid, and all of those kinds of things, and like I want to co-parent, and I don't really like care about co-parenting with someone that I'm like in love with. I care about co-parenting with like people that I love and trust, and that can be platonic for me. But like finding people that you feel that way about, that you want the same things, that would happily co-parent with you in like a non-nuclear family structure, and then even overcoming those barriers of like, okay, how would you have those kids and things like that, is all really difficult as well. And I feel like I've been thinking so much about that recently. Like I want kids so bad. I've wanted kids for as long as I can remember, and like I feel like there are few things that I just want as desperately as that, and just have always wanted that. And I don't know how realistic that is, and a big part of the reason for that is because of the fact that we live in a society with a capital S. It's hard. Def still feel 19, and then the realization that I'm like 3 years past that. Yeah, it definitely is a kind of grief, and it's a kind of grief that a lot of us are going through, like in different ways, but it's also shared, like with regards to the pandemic. I'm the nerdy aunt to my nieces. Cute. I dream of a queer little group that I could raise my kids with. Me too. I just really want that. One of my former colleagues had a baby via a donor and didn't have a partner, and she's honestly the bravest person I know. Yeah, I mean, part of me would do that if I didn't have any other option, and I've been thinking about that a lot. But then also, I don't know if I have enough confidence in myself to feel like that wouldn't break me. I do think that single parents are some of the most incredible people out there. Like, that's a really difficult fucking thing to do. She had some friends who gave her help, but not much. The game is like, can you please stop? Should we start a commune to raise our kids in? I mean, yeah, I'm down. Yeah. I think this is a cue for a game assist commune with little babies. Yeah. That'd be cute. Okay, I'm gonna attack. And this is the kind of thing that I will teach my children, obviously, is to be gay. Rachel? And to attack men.
Come on!
Again, this is bizarre without the music.
Hurry up!
But... okay, we got some sound back.
Let me go, Frank!
To be clear, this does not redeem him.
Calm down. Come on, man! Walk away.
Screw this! This is bullshit.
Get the
My
fuck
beautiful
outta
baby
here.
gays. My beautiful little baby girls. I love them. My favorite song. I love it. I love rocking out to complete silence. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Game Assist Commune 2K29. Oh, it's a 6-year plan, is it? Yeah, let's do it. Can't redeem yourself in a prequel, Frank, come on. Yeah, I mean, also, like, I feel like it's the bare minimum to, like, stop another man from literally, like, harassing and attacking teenage girls. But then also, like, what are his motivations? Because he's a fucking weirdo and he has a crush on Rachel. You know? So... damn, it's so different seeing Rachel's face in this remaster. Yeah, I didn't get a proper look, but it's fine. We'll get plenty of time to look at Rachel's face. I like, so far in terms of the remaster, things are not looking that different. I think that, like, the remaster of the first Life is Strange still could have been better in some ways, but it did make a big difference. For a lot of reasons, one of them being, like, the quality of the lip syncing that made such a huge difference to remaster it, and some of the like features and the facial animation and the lighting improved a lot, and it made a big difference. But with this one, I think that so far I'm feeling like it doesn't look that much different, and I don't think it was in need of a remaster because it's only been a few years. You know, this came out in like 2017, 18, I want to say, and I remember when it first came out that I was at that time like, wow, the quality like has vastly improved, like the visual quality, to be clear, the visual quality. So I don't know. I mean, like, it's an excuse to play one of my favorite, like, narrative games. I'm not gonna complain. But, and Square Enix they fucking got us. Like, hook, line, and sinker, because I did immediately give my money to this. As soon as they announced the, like, full package.
All I want to do is shut my eyes and tell the world to go to hell.
As soon as they announced the full package of True Colors with the remasters, I was like, obviously I'm giving them my money. Because they've got me. They've got... Like, I'm wrapped around their pinky.
Rituals are important, even when they involve writing unread letters to friends who have forgotten you.
Oh, man. Oh, I forgot about this. So, I'm not going to read the journal, but just in case anyone needed to remember, this deeply painful thing of Chloe writing letters to Max that she never sends because Max stopped talking to her. And sorry, it's so much. Oh, there she is. There's Max. Yeah, Frank doesn't look much different. There's like slightly finer detail on the faces and stuff, but it's just... yeah, David and Joyce look slightly different, but it's just not enough of a difference, you know? It'll take time to set up. Yeah, you're right. But I thought it was impressive that you immediately had a date in mind, because that implies that, like, you have a time. I love it. I love how she's drawn Max. Feels gay. It feels very gay. I will also, like, it put your thoughts in me, and that drawing, extremely gay. Yeah. I gotta say that I'm not... I feel like in the Life is Strange fandom and in fandoms in general, there's like shipping wars and stuff like that, and I don't really care about that in Life is Strange when it comes to Chloe and Rachel and Chloe and Max, because it doesn't really make any sense to me, because like the way the story is told and like the way that Chloe had Rachel in her life when she needed her there, and that friendship and relationship was different from the relationship with Max. And like for me, it just, like, I think it's really beautiful the way that they did it, and it doesn't really feel like you have to choose. But I think that there is something and I love this game, and it's so like that beautiful, like, youthful romance, and the energy of it, and I love it. But I am a sucker. I'm such a sucker for the whole, like, best friends to lovers thing, is it? Like, and that's what I have to say about that. Okay. Here is Chloe talking about her dead dad. Here is Chloe talking about her best friend who she never realized she was secretly in love with, who left her, and now she's mad about it, and she hasn't really processed that yet. I legit had to think what amount of time seems most realistic. It feels flirty. Yeah. You mean this drawing, right? And the look on her face. Yeah, 100%. It does feel gay. And then kiss and make up. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say there's a couple of bits in here that you're like, wow, you're so like in love with your best friend and you don't know it. Maybe one day when you return home and apologize for having forgotten about me and we kiss and make up. Gay. But then in this one, she's like, the worst part is that even though we haven't spoken in months, even though she habitually ignored my texts so much that I just stopped trying, even though I know deep down that she doesn't care about me anymore, and that she probably has all new friends up in fucking Seattle, I still miss her. If she came back tomorrow and said, hey, Chloe, want to dress up like pirates and be stupid together, I would take her back in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. And then that just really fucking gets me, because in the original game, that is what she does. People are so mean about Chloe in the original game, and they're like, oh, she's manipulative and she's abusive and blah, blah, blah. But Chloe, like, the minute Max comes back into her life, and it's been 5 years and she's angry at Max and Max has been a shit friend, like that, she's like, I forgive you. Like, it really gets me. Okay. Frank, don't care. David and Joyce. That is a really funny little drawing of David. I feel like that's meant to be a penis joke. And then she draws herself in a cage, which is interesting. The pictures in here are... What's the matter, Domi? The pictures in here are interesting, but I think that, like, we can kind of reflect on that throughout this. I think that the way that Chloe, like, imagines or thinks or dreams about her dad after he has died is really dark. Like, I feel like she specifically seems to reflect on, like, the idea of his corpse, or, like, these very violent images of his death. Which that's hard, girl. People are mean about Chloe without realizing that it was Max that noped out of the friendship for 5 years after Chloe's dad had just died. Yeah, Chloe has such a big heart. She does, and it makes me so emotional. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. She has such a big heart, and I hate it when people are mean about her, because she's just so wonderful. She is so full of love, which impacts everything she does. You're so right. I do wonder if she had to help ID the body or something. Oh, that's an interesting point, Charlotte. I hadn't thought about that. Maybe she did. Maybe she did. But I also, yeah, I mean, maybe she did. Maybe there's also an element of just, like, you know, when, I guess, like, when something happens and all you have to run amok with is your imagination, and sometimes that's worse. It could be either of those things.
Hey, Max. Hey, Dad. Another day in paradise. Right?
Ouchie. Ouchie, ouchie. Starting with this as well, in the sense that, like, these are the two people that, like, she is grieving over right now. Like, these are the two people who are the most important and loved people in her life, and she has lost them. Like, obviously, Max isn't dead, but she is grieving, like, the loss of Max. She has lost Max at this point. And then, and then later on she loses Rachel, and it's just, I just love her, and I wish that she could have nice things. That would make sense as to her specific kind of trauma, because she thinks a lot about him as a corpse, even though she didn't see his actual death. Yeah, yeah. But also, I guess, the unknown. I think it could be either of those things. For sure. Because there's a scene in this where she specifically imagines being in the car with him when he gets hit.
Assholes. That girl.
That girl.
Was that really Rachel Amber?
That girl.
You smell like cigarettes and beer. Better change clothes.
Who was she?
I'd like to think my humor has improved with age.
She adds marijuana, doesn't she?
Better living through chemistry.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly capable of waking up without you, you know. Eventually.
I feel that. I cannot describe how much waking up to an alarm, like, ruins my mood. But then, like, I'm so fatigued.
I used to love skateboarding.
Just all the time that I can't
It's the only mode of
wake
transportation
up any
that
other
doubles
way.
as a middle finger to authority.
She has every right to grieve Max, too. Yeah.
How do I want to express my teenage angst today?
I think this is part of why it really gets me. Farewell. Because it just feels like she lost the two most important people in her life, and it's like she lost her dad in a way that, like, he can't come back, and she can't get him back, and that's one thing. But then what she needed was her best friend, and then she lost her best friend too, and that fucking sucks. I think that you can kind of compare there's a comparison to be made with the Chloe and Max thing to a certain relationship in Life is Strange 2 that I don't want to give away because I know there are quite a few people here who haven't played it, but I'd be surprised because I thought that was all Joyce, and that also adds to why Chloe imagines her father's death. Yeah, that it was all Joyce IDing the body. No. What outfits do we have on offer? Ooh, looking ghosty, girl. Looking pale. Zombie crypt. I don't know if I've seen this one. This might be new. Did they add new outfits? Because if so, slay. Okay, I like that. I like it. That's a strong contender. It's obviously like the same outfit, but with like a different design on the tank top, but that's a strong contender. It's cute. What other bonus outfits? Classic Chloe. Yeah, no, I do want to do something different. And I feel like, even though I like this, though, it feels premature because of how, like, in the game, Chloe is still developing her, like, sense of fashion and her sense of self. I actually really like this, especially because it feels really 2010, which is around when this game is set, like 2010, 2011. The like long sleeve undershirt with the t-shirt on top, and the boots. It feels like a very of its time kind of proto punk moment for her, and then the callback to Life is Strange is nice. So that's a strong contender for me, actually. I have the Firewalk shirt. Nice. I think I considered getting it because I do really like that design. And I can never have too much Life is Strange merch. I think at the moment I have the bullet necklace. I've got the lesbian flag D20 shirt from Steph in True Colors. I've got Sean's Wolf Squad hoodie from Life is Strange 2, and I think those are the main things I have at the moment. I have the Rorschach Raven t-shirt from the later episode. Very nice. I think it would make more sense as to why Joyce doesn't understand why she's still grieving. Like, if they both had to ID the body, it would more obviously affect her differently at 14, but Joyce doesn't seem to really understand that she's still a child. Yeah, I mean, there's so much to be said for Joyce not really seeming to understand that she has a daughter that is very young and grieving the loss of her father, and like what the implications of that are. I'm not feeling this. I think I might be feeling Jane Doe. I think that that's like a cute look that feels like of its time and stuff. But I don't know, the Firewalk shirt is also a strong contender just because of the vibe of her just going to that concert and stuff. Was that really Rachel Amber? Did I just have an awakening? The way the game frames it, like not 100% spelling it out, adds dimension to the did she or did she not. Yeah, ID the body. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with the Jane Doe shirt. I'm feeling it. I think I'm really feeling the, like, the t-shirt over the long sleeve shirt thing. It's very of its time fashion, and also a thing that I personally really love. Like, I'm a big fan of the t-shirt and long undershirt combo. The neckline is so 2010. Yeah. Oh, no, I accidentally pressed change. I wanted to finalize this. Yeah, this is it. This is the outfit for the episode. This is the one. Yeah, this is very 2010 fashion. In a good way.
I really should get going.
Okay.
Mom said I was too young to go. She was wrong. And it was awesome.
I proved Mom so wrong.
Max made me this mix CD years ago. And because it was Max, not a single song was pirated.
That's a fun play on the word pirate.
As awesome as some of those shows with Elliot were, they were nothing compared to Firewalk last night.
I saved all of these. You have to delete that photo of me dancing and that you could get me to loosen up like that. Happy 2-month-versary. 2-month-versary. I can remember a time in my life when I was that annoying. And it definitely was when I was 16. So I shouldn't judge it too harshly. Oh, fucking Elliot. I repressed him. Yeah, Elliot. We're gonna have to deal with Elliot. That's gonna happen. And that's gonna be something that we have to deal with.
Used to dream of riding a unicorn as a kid, but then all the unicorns died.
So I feel like you could keep this up in a gay way because she's gay and that's like a hot woman on a unicorn with a rainbow in the background, but it also kind of doesn't fit with the vibe of the room, so I'm gonna have to tear it down. That's what I'm choosing to do.
No more unicorns, no more princesses, and no more fucking rainbows.
I'm too cool for that shit now. Let's graffiti.
Words of wisdom, don't fail me now.
Genius is... I don't remember this.
Just ask Steve Jobs.
1% inspiration, 99% LSD. The last unicorn trophy errand.
Dad was so proud of me for winning that stupid science fair.
I feel like there's also...
Dad was so proud of me for winning that stupid science fair.
I think it's really interesting the way that, like, when you look at this younger version of Chloe, I feel like she looks so... And, like, that's not her personality at all, but, like, this younger version of her, like, with the long blonde hair and the blue eyes and the everything, like, she looks like this stereotypical picture perfect, like, white girl. And in the sense that she, like, also, you know, and then she becomes so visibly, like mask or butch and queer in that sense, and changes her hair color and like all of these things. I think that that's interesting. I do wonder if that was intentional, but I'm always struck by it when you look at like the photos of Chloe as a younger child.
Bask, ye mortals, in the light of the glowy bear. That really was Rachel Amber. And she saved my life. How was last night even real?
The mention of The unicorn reminds me of how alt timeline Chloe and Max watched Blade Runner in the original, but I don't know what that would mean. Oh, that's interesting. It's been a while since I've watched Blade Runner. What's the unicorn link? I feel like Elliot was the devs going, oh, you liked Warren, didn't you? Well, this is what Warren will actually become. It's funny that you raised that, because I do think that there are a lot of similarities between Elliot and Warren, but like Warren is in a very subtle sense the like nice guy, and that kind of is unpacked and unraveled throughout the game. But then I think that there's a significant portion of the audience that did not get that was what was happening. Not like to be condescending, but whereas like Elliot is a lot more overtly like, oh, look at this like nice guy, and then bam, like he gets fucking weird. That's a very straight poster to own, Chloe, a shirtless woman on a unicorn. Yeah, very straight. It's so weird seeing her be so feminine. Yeah, I think, and like, I don't think that long hair is inherently feminine, but you know what I mean. It's like everything about the way that she presents as like that young girl is like, I'm the, you know, picture of like cis heterosexual white femininity and like girlhood. But I think that that's actually interesting because of how that's associated with innocence. And it's like, oh, Chloe used to be so innocent and happy, and then this bad thing happened, and now she's like a deviant, like queer, like masculine, rebellious person. You know, I think that that's interesting to think about. What's on the computer?
One of these days, I'm actually going to use you to do my homework. Ask Miss Arcadia. You're the only source of info I trust in this town. Wait, what? Who? What photo? I have feelings about this. Most of them are not good feelings.
She not remember taking a selfie with Rachel? Firewalk. Jealous! You look hot. Who's the arm candy? I gotta wonder about that, if Victoria thought that Chloe was a boy in that photo, because I don't like feel like, okay, so we know that Victoria is a mean lesbian, like we know that, but she's a mean lesbian that is very like in her compet era for sure. Like she doesn't know that she's a lesbian, right? Like that's my read on Victoria 100%, and I feel pretty assured in that. So I don't think that at this phase Victoria Chase would not act like weird about gay people because of repressing something. So I wonder if like she thought that Chloe was a boy. In Blade Runner, there was that whole thing of the dream of the unicorn and the origami unicorn at the end to imply that Deckard might be a replicant. I gotta rewatch Blade Runner, you guys. I gotta rewatch Blade Runner and add it to my like Life is Strange analysis encyclopedia that will never end. That's really interesting, Evelyn. Thank you for bringing that up. It's a big thing they added in the director's cut. I thought it was a joke. It could be a joke, but in this one, Victoria kind of sucks up to Rachel. So I don't feel like it's her making a mean joke. I feel like it's her sucking up to Rachel. But that Victoria maybe has a crush on Rachel, but is a little jealous, but expresses that in a toxic friendship way. That is entirely possible. It's entirely possible that Victoria's like a hatred of Rachel is rooted in repressed homosexy feelings. Deborah Borgen, I think. I don't get that joke, personally. So fun, kisses, glam, get it girl. Who's Deborah Borgen with Rachel in the picture? Ugh, Rach, you're so gorgeous. I hate you, XOXO. I love internalized misogyny. This is so, like, true of the internalized misogyny that you got as, like, a 16-year-old girl at school, though. Like, wow. And who's Armand? Yeah, I don't get the Deborah Morgan joke or who Armand is. I don't know what's going on there. Dude, that's Chloe Price. Taylor, wasn't Rachel invited to your sleepover last night? I was wondering where she was. Burn. Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. So much fun. This is a really intelligent conversation. So, and like, Alyssa jumping in there as like the internalized misogyny, like not like other girls girl. We've got all the flavors. Oh my god, you're so pretty. I literally hate you. So real. That's so real though. Ugh. We are not okay. We are not okay. Women, we're not okay. What an era. Indeed, indeed. Also, yeah, Blade Runner has like 5 different versions and they all have slightly different endings. Well, thank you guys. I am now gonna have to download every single version of Blade Runner and watch all of the endings and overanalyze it in relation to Life is Strange. I love having a brain that works like that. Okay, I think we've looked at most of this stuff.
Fun fact. Shark babies eat their siblings in the womb. Maybe that... Shit. Where's my phone? God, it's not here. How drunk was I last night?
Chloe, I said breakfast.
Guess I better try calling my phone. With Mom's.
I think this outfit's really cute in like a 2010 way.
Okay. Mom's phone is probably in her room. I can use it to call mine, then home sweet home. Whoever said you can't go home again was probably from Arcadia Bay. And he could go home again. He just didn't want to.
I enjoy some of the throwbacks to the first game. I remember one of my friends being like, OMG, I wish I had the confidence to just like childish things to me in middle school because I liked MLP. Girl, we are 12. We're in the target demographic of this show.
The preferred
God,
towel,
that's
Captain
rough.
Bluebeard, scourge of Arcadia Bay.
Being at a girls' school in 2010 was a time. Yeah.
Mom's hiding her gray hair to impress her boyfriend. Maybe gray hair's his kryptonite. Maybe I should dye my hair gray.
I feel like, can you imagine if Chloe like dyed her hair like silver and she looked like, and she like dressed like a Final Fantasy character? I think that would be cute. I think one of my headcanons about Max and Chloe, the canon about Max and Chloe and the canon ending where Chloe lives and they run away together is that they are 100% GFs who cosplay. Like, they do couples cosplay. Like, 100%. Chloe got Norted. Indeed.
Mom's old engagement ring. Supposed to be mine, if I'm ever stupid enough to get married. Grade B? Fuck you, Arcadia Pawn. Wait, Mom's selling her engagement ring?
I think that, obviously Chloe and Joyce are going to have a conversation where Chloe is going to be quite upset about this, and I think it's very reasonable for her to be upset about this. Like, I understand that she doesn't understand the implications of, like, raising children, and Joyce needs money for the family. But, like, it also, like, objects do have sentimental value, and, like, they're not on the same page about processing William's death. So I do feel like this is something that, like, Joyce should have had a conversation with Chloe
Mom's
about.
phone is in her
like,
bedroom.
ultimately, like, it's her decision whether or not to sell her engagement ring because she was the one who was married to William. That's fine. But I think that she should have talked to Chloe about it because I think it makes perfect sense that Chloe would be upset about it. I don't know.
Can't believe I used to sneak in there for her makeup.
That's interesting.
Can't believe I used to sneak in there for her makeup.
So, that's interesting, just in terms of gender stuff for Chloe.
I made this for Mom when I was like 10 years old. If she wore it now, I'm not sure which of us would be more embarrassed. I hate that she hides all our old pictures of Dad.
I would also be really upset by this. And I don't really get it. I mean, I know that everyone processes grief in different ways and shit, but like,
maybe on her nightstand?
I don't know, like, I have a picture of my grandmother that I keep, like on my dresser. And my house is, like, full of pictures of our grandparents. And I know that, like, grandparents is maybe a bit different, but I don't know, like, keeping pictures of, like, people who have passed is, I don't think it's a bad thing. But, I don't know, I was thinking a lot about how sometimes I just want to talk about my grandparents.
I think Mom's phone is in her bedroom.
Especially, like, my granddad passed relatively recently. I just want to, like, talk about... I just want to remember them. Does that make sense? Like, are you ever sometimes just, like... Because grief doesn't go away, right? You kind of... It's, like, cyclical, and you just kind of deal with it one way or another for the rest of your life, really. And sometimes I'm just, like, I just want to, like, remember them, and I want to talk about what they were like. If that makes sense. Like, not even in a way where I'm, like, talking about, like, how I'm feeling about it. And that does... this family, Chloe and Joyce, like, do they ever talk about William? Do they ever just... Damn. Like, their relationship with, like, remembering William. It feels like Joyce is trying to forget William, you know? And Chloe is afraid of forgetting William. And I think that that's one of the key tensions in how they are grieving, and they are not, like, communicating about their respective needs for grieving, if that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this, because, like, on one hand, like, it's her bedroom, I guess. Like, it's her business whether or not she wants to have the photo up. So, maybe I'll just leave it.
I made this for Mom when I was, like, 10 years old. If she wore it now, I'm not sure which of us would be more embarrassed.
I can understand not wanting the photo out in the bedroom, but putting it away completely feels bad. In the bedroom, yeah, that makes sense, right? Because Mom's she now has a new boyfriend. But even then, like, I kind of feel like you would hope that if your husband had died and then you had a new partner, that you could be in a place where you could be like, I would like to remember my dead husband because I loved him. And it doesn't mean that I don't love you, but, like, I loved my dead husband, and I miss him. And that's not something that I should have to, like, put away to make room for a new person in my life. You know? That's what I think. This is stirring thoughts on the loss of my aunt who meant the world to me, as it's been 10 years since. And I still rehash so many feelings. Where does she usually keep her phone? Around it.
Maybe on her
really
nightstand?
Sorry, Neve, that's really hard, but I totally get you. I mean, I lost my grandmother more than 20 years ago, and I still think about her all the time. So, I mean, not like every day, but, you know, a lot. It's hard. Joyce's idea of moving on is trying to forget rather than trying to process. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. I feel like I don't even know where most pictures of my dad are, so the pictures not being out really hits. I'm sorry, Evelyn.
I think Mom's phone is in her bedroom.
Yeah. I guess personally my family is quite obsessed with pictures, actually. Or at least my parents are. So I have so many photos of my grandparents. But I do find them comforting to have, depending on which photos. But yeah. I think I'll leave it. I guess just because I feel like it's not in Joyce's bedroom, that's her choice.
Ah, Mom. Bad enough that David comes here for dinner.
Forgot about that.
Mom's finally making her bed again? I guess that's a good sign.
I personally, like, never make my bed, so... But also, like, I'm very mentally thrilled.
It's weird that Mom's always hoarding these old catalogs. It's not like we have any money.
I probably only make my bed if I'm, like, having
I
someone
want
sleeping
Mom to
over.
be happy, but not like this. Not like this!
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
How can Mom look at this every day and not see what a tool she's dating? Sounds like my phone is definitely nearby. There we go. Wonder how many calls I've missed.
My bed only gets made if we're having guests over, and that even still makes no sense to me, because why would they be going into my room? They're here for dinner. And that doesn't happen in my bed. So true. It's more like it would be weird when they're having sex. Yeah, it would. It would. But I think that, yeah, like it would. And I guess not having them in the bedroom makes sense. But in the rest of the house as well, I think that we'll see, I guess, in the rest of this level. But I think that also in the rest of the house, like David has been, it feels like it's implied that David is encouraging her to, or she feels like she has to put those pictures away now that she's with David. Symbolically, I agree. I also just think it might feel strange to be sleeping with your boyfriend but be able to catch a slight photo of your dead husband. Yeah, no, I get you. That makes a lot of sense. Mom, she's come to tell me that I'm doing everything wrong and I'm a disappointment to her. There we go. Will you be joining us for supper? Supper? Where is Joyce from? No thanks. Will you be coming home at some point? Chloe, will you be home by curfew? There will be consequences. Yeah, this is so, like, emotionally stunted. Elliot being a weirdo. Spanish test sucked. Lucky if I passed. Aw. Lo siento. No, I think I did okay. Cool. What you up to? Not much. Got shit to do later. Oh, okay. You finished the chem homework? Nope. Dude, that's the third time. I already know everything.
Chloe, breakfast. Bring my purse down with you, please.
Yeah. Okay.
I never make my bed, but that's probably mostly due to
in
ADHD, forgetting, and executive dysfunction. Yeah. If I'm low on spoons, I don't see any point in wasting them. Yeah, I really feel that. If I'm feeling particularly good, I might make my bed when I'm finished tidying my room so it looks pretty, but that's about the only time I'm willing to do it. Yeah, very relatable content. Shut up, Mom. Sorry, that was rude. I'm coming. Okay, I don't think there's anything else up here for us, so let's go downstairs.
Wait. Mom wanted me to bring her purse.
Right. She did. Oh. Where is it? There it is.
Chloe, you're gonna... Oh, can you grab my cell phone too? No more dawdling. I need to talk to you.
Great.
Yeah, that really makes me want to hurry.
I don't think that Joyce is particularly, like, emotionally I don't know. She doesn't, like, I think perhaps her empathy is limited. You know?
Finally, you can put my purse on the dining table. Might still have time for breakfast.
And also that she's not necessarily in touch with, like...
Dining table, here I come.
Because not only does it feel like she's not properly empathizing with Chloe, but also she doesn't really think of, like, the impact of, like, the way that she says things and stuff. I don't know.
Dad took these photos. Now that David's staying over so much, I wonder how long it'll take Mom to shove them in a drawer somewhere. Family pic used to hang here. Wow. I can't actually remember which one.
I think it's the picture of Joyce and William's wedding. She sure isn't gentle parenting. No, she is not.
Aren't you glad you left for Seattle, Max? And never looked back?
What?
Dad always talked about upgrading to a flat screen. Too bad that never happened. I would have gotten this bad boy in my room. Hard to believe I was an 8th grade science athlete. Did I peak in middle school? Any letter from Blackwell is never good. Mom doesn't want me to know, but it's pretty clear her boy toy, David, hasn't worked in like a year.
Again, I guess the nuance being that, like, you shouldn't be hard on someone for being unemployed because you don't know what the context is. But also, I can understand her feeling, like, bitter about the fact that it feels like David isn't contributing to the house. But I don't know. The experience of a parent asking you to do something, then rushing you onto the next thing. Girly pop, do you want the purse or not? I do not move at the speed of light. Yeah. Yeah, very that. Very, very that. We're just getting a tissue. Okay, let's look
Any letter from
at
Blackwell is
what
never
the
good.
shitheads from Blackwell have to say.
Is Mom having trouble with payments again? My scholarship doesn't cover everything. Like I need another reason for Principal Wells to get on my case.
Yeah, I think there's also a certain lack of, like, Chloe necessarily thinking, like, oh, like, my mother is really struggling with money, and, like, maybe, like, obviously, like, the school is a pile of bullshit, but maybe it's, like, if they could have a conversation where Joyce could be sympathetic to what Chloe is going through and, like, how the school is treating her, instead of treating her like she's a fuck up, and also that Chloe could be like, I understand that you're having trouble with money, but I'm not happy at this school, so actually maybe I could go to another school where I don't get
Mom's
treated like
purse is
shit for
pretty
being
heavy.
like poor and disabled. I don't know. It's just such a shame that, like, they aren't able to, like, meet each other emotionally where they need to, but I do think that obviously the responsibility is more on Joyce because she's the parent and she has the power.
Made that for Mom in an art class when I was like 5. She was never a smoker, but it's cool. I was never an artist. Wait, those aren't Mom's keys. And these would be David's keys. There's probably a better place for them than the ashtray I made Mom. Like his home, maybe?
Oh yeah, and they clearly haven't had a conversation about David moving in. That's really healthy.
Feeling trapped? Right there with you.
Oh, were you in the army, David? You literally never bring that up.
Little dude's like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, and I mean, all of this is before the point that even, like, David lives with them and starts, like, physically abusing Chloe.
Haven't really felt like sitting down to eat since David started having dinner here. Shoot. I was hoping David could get a job on a container ship. To Japan. Why do I suddenly want to get some fireworks?
Wildfire warning.
This is Principal Ray Wells. Let me be emphatic. I have an enormous stick inserted into my butt. Thank you. Also, Chloe, you're poor and in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty on the money. Oh, damn. Oh, it's the wine stain.
From when Max and I spilled Mom's wine. I think the only reason Mom hasn't recarpeted is so she can stay mad at me.
No, it's because she's poor, Chloe.
We're already supporting one. Thanks.
Welp. Let's see if I can go into the backyard before I do anything else. Yeah, she clearly hates Blackwell. Yeah, I mean, it could not be clearer that she's desperately unhappy there. And that's been happening for a long time. Like, you know, at this scene at the end of Farewell where, like, Chloe has literally just started glowing to Blackwell and William hasn't died yet and Max hasn't left yet. And the other kids are treating, like, her like shit because she looks poor because of, like, the clothes that she wears and stuff. So, I don't know. Alternate LAS universe where Chloe is Max's friend who knows science and Warren does not exist. For real. The
Mom's
wonders of
heavy.
if we had Life is Strange without Warren in it, huh? What were the things we could have had?
Chloe, I don't have all day. Would you get over here already?
I should see what Mom wants before she strokes out.
Really, really productive way of talking to your kid, Joyce.
Pot roast? Mom hates pot roast.
Oh, I can't think about pot roast without thinking about pot roast the cat. Rest in peace.
How can bacon smell so good, but I'd still rather stuff these sugar bombs in my mouth?
I don't know, man. Sometimes you're just in the mood for it.
It's
Delicious,
not that I'm
sugary
ungrateful.
cereal.
It's just that when your mom works in a diner, you're not always in the mood for diner-type food.
It's reasonable.
Joyce Price, a.k.a. Mom. She looks as beat as I feel. Hey, Mom. You wanted to talk?
Chloe, what happened to you?
It's no big deal. I walked into a door.
You seem to be walking into a lot of doors lately. When I send you a text message, Chloe, like last night, I need you to answer.
You can just say text. You don't have to say message.
And I need you to answer without the snark.
I love you, pot roast. Rest in peace, pot roast, indeed. I was thinking about this the other day while playing the game, and the way that so many characters treat Chloe's feelings or Chloe herself as an inconvenience or a problem just really hurts. Especially as an autistic person. Yeah, it does really fucking hurt. And I think that I think that's probably a big part of the reason why I take it so personally when people hate on Chloe, because it feels like they're reinforcing this idea that so many of the, like, characters in the text, like, put on her that she's, like, a problem. Which is obviously very, like, disableist, very queerphobic, very classist, very misogynistic. And, like, yeah, I feel like I take that very personally for a lot of reasons. And when you see people in their reactions to the game treat Chloe like that and talk about Chloe like that as well, I think it feels so painful, and I take it so personally because it feels like they're reinforcing, like, these systems of power that basically, like, treat people like Chloe, which is to say people like us, like we're not worth anything and that our lives aren't worth anything. And that's really painful, and so I think that it makes a lot of sense to feel, like, very personally about that, because I definitely do. And I guess it's why, again, like, when I play the first game, it's so, like it's so painful for me in general, but then particularly, like, in that last bit, like, in the ending, when she, for the first time in the whole game, is the one to talk that way about herself. she's like, my life isn't worth anything. Like, you should give up my life because there are so many other people who deserve to live, but I don't deserve to live. And when she talks about herself in that way, like, that is what really fucking gets me, and is why I just, like, I cannot let her die. Like, I just can't do it, you know? And it makes a lot of sense to feel very personally about that, and I do as well.
Sorry. I hear you. I'll do better about replying.
Thank you.
Is that what you wanted to talk about?
What is it with you and David? Always cutting to the chase. Why can't we just have some pleasant conversation before school?
Well, we can't have pleasant conversation because things are not okay between us. I hate it when people are like that. I hate it so much when, like, there's an issue, there's a problem, there's a tension, we are not okay, and then someone, like, wants to act like everything's okay, or is like, why can't we just, like, you know, be around each other? Like, because we have unresolved issues that you clearly don't want to address, you know? Like, I'm sorry, but small talk is a crock of shit, but especially in a situation like this. Let's talk about your engagement ring.
Are you selling your engagement ring?
Chloe, jewelry gets appraised for all sorts of reasons. Like for insurance.
Nice dodge.
How about this? You don't go in my bedroom when I'm not there.
How about you don't ask me to get your damn purse then?
She got a point. Let's ignore our issues and just talk about the weather. Like, normal people. Yeah. If that's how normal people behave, absolutely fuck normal people. Like, what is your problem? Like, it constantly seems to me that normal people, whatever that means, like, that is not a thing. But I guess, like, the way that social norms work and the way that, like, social norms are is obviously all about power and, like, structures of power and respectability. And the way that people use, like, ideas like respectability and politeness to enact power over other people is, like, 100% like a thing. And it feels like you're being gaslighted. It feels like you're being, like, emotionally invalidated. It feels like all sorts of things. And then obviously, like, people who behave in ways that don't fit into those social norms for whatever reason, which can include, like being queer, being part of subcultures, being a racialized person, a person from different cultural backgrounds and speaking differently, like, all sorts of things. Like, 100%, like, respectability politics, like, we talk about that because these structures of, like, social norms are a kind of violence. Like, totally that. And I think that that's why I kind of get mad about this kind of thing. I think that, like, the idea of respectability and politeness can be so violent, and it's something that, like, I absolutely, like, hate it. I can't do it. So fuck that. You did just yell at me that I'm running late, so forgive me if you think I want to get to the point. Exactly! Like, this woman just can't make up her fucking mind. Like, she just has to make Chloe the enemy, and there's no, like, she's not seeing in any way, like, her own responsibility in the situation. Like, even when I throw a bone and I'm like, I also can do better and I will do better. Like, there are some things that you were right to call me out about, and I hear that. And I'll do better. Even if I do that, at what point is she like, I'll do better, I'll take responsibility for the fact that I've hurt you, I've been hurting you? At what point does she do that? Like, Joyce, come on. Actually, everyone in the Night in the Woods main cast is applicable here. All of them make me feel deeply seen, and that game is so special to me because of that. I very much understand that, Ferris. It's a very, very good game. Which maybe one day I'll do a full playthrough of on the channel, actually finish. It's interesting how the concept of normal is, like, the complete opposite. Yeah, well, I guess, like, the idea of normal is a construction, right? Because, like, the idea of a norm necessarily means that there are people who exist outside that norm, and norms are kind of constructed in order to perpetuate structures of power for that reason, right? And I like... But in reality, like, the idea of, like, a normal person, like, doesn't exist. Like, in the world that we currently live in, obviously, like, pathology is such a powerful way of thinking about things in our society. So I feel like we pathologize the idea that there is a normal person, therefore there is a deviant person, but that's completely like made up. Like, what is a normal person? Like, that's not a thing. There are okay, so that is not a thing, but there are ways in which things become normalized, right? And that's by the repetition of certain behaviors, and that's a big part of the process of how social norms are constructed, if that makes sense. I'd love to see you all play Night in the Woods. I'll add it to the never-ending list. A lot of love for Night in the Woods in this chat. There is simply no greater love nor greater enemy to a teen girl than their mother. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that TikTok that's like, daddy issues or whatever, because your dad is just some guy. But mommy issues change your brain chemistry. And like, for real. I get so fucked up thinking about mother-daughter relationships. Yeah. I started trying to rewatch Gilmore Girls the other day, and I got 6 episodes in, and I was like, this is actually too triggering. This is actually too much. Because I talked about so many things in therapy that I cannot unsee now. I am desperate to see a full playthrough of Night in the Woods from Game Assist. Okay, yeah. I'll high up on the list. High up on the never-ending list. Okay, let's talk about your shitty boyfriend.
You do realize I hate your boyfriend with every fiber of my being, right?
Chloe, you
don't tell me how I
He calls
feel.
me girly. He's a dickhole.
He can be old-fashioned.
Yeah, an old-fashioned dickhole. Ah, right. School. My favorite.
You used to love to learn.
Yeah. I used to think drugs were lame too.
I wish you wouldn't joke like that.
Gee, I wonder why Chloe doesn't love school anymore. Like, Jesus Christ. I hate this so much. I feel like it's so funny because obviously the first time I played Life is Strange I was so much younger and I had more ambivalent feelings about it, but it's so funny to me that the older I've grown, the more I've been like, actually, Joyce, you're not doing such a good job at parenting. You know?
I thought you hated pot roast.
You can have a no thank you helping.
No, you hate pot roast. I don't care.
I don't hate it. And David likes it. And don't say you don't care.
So that's what we're doing now? Whatever your boyfriend likes?
Something really
It's
gender
not
about Chloe
fight.
hating
I
being
made you
called girly.
breakfast.
Nah.
Yeah.
I'll just grab something later.
Oh, you'll enjoy this. The other day I made 4 eggs, 2 for David, 2 for me. And just before I served them, he says, "What are you gonna eat?"
I'll enjoy that, huh?
Tired, huh? That'll teach you to break curfew.
What?
I know what time you came home last night. And don't think you can get out of school just because you missed the bus again.
Why would you assume that—
Who do you think your principal calls when you skip? Do you think I enjoy lying for you? Saying you're sick just so you don't get expelled?
Joyce looks quite a bit different. I can't put my finger on what it is.
Between your grades and your disregard for my rules, I see you slipping. I'm worried.
But Mom, the whole point of lowering expectations is so you won't be disappointed in me. Ever again.
You're happy doing what you're doing? Fine. Keep at it. Just let me know so I can stop fighting with Blackwell to keep you on scholarship. Money's tight enough as it is.
It's interesting that we're talking about mothers, actually, because, okay, I kept talking about my mother issues in therapy and coming out with even more issues because the more I talk about my mother, the more empathy I feel for her, and then it throws my perspective fully out of whack. Does it ever end? No, it doesn't ever end. I'm sorry, it doesn't ever end. Sorry. I was in therapy for 2 years, and I didn't end it because I don't need therapy anymore. Like, I'm so sorry. It's so hard. But it's interesting that we're talking about mothers, actually, because there is a lot of dead dads in this franchise. There's a lot of dead dads. And So, dead and absent dads, okay? Or there's David, who's like a absolutely shitty stepfather. And I guess that he's a bit more, like, he's the only one that you kind of, like, is more like a human, and you can have more empathy for his perspective because he's present, which maybe is interesting in and of itself, because, like, William is dead, you never see Max's father, there's Rachel's father, also shitty dad, fucking worst. I just repressed James Amber from my memory. God, I hate that man. He's the worst one, actually. He's pretty high up there. But anyway, there's a lot of dead and absent dads in this, and I think that the exceptions are probably James and David. But mothers in this series, I feel like it's different. Like, it's very, very different. Because when you think about all of the dead and absent dads as well, there's a sense in which, because they are not there, there is, like, a way of thinking about them that is either, like, that is potentially overly romanticized. And I guess Life is Strange is interesting because you have a very brief time with Esteban before he's killed. But I don't know, like, I don't really know what point I'm trying to make, but I think it's interesting because for Chloe in this, there's, like, a whole thing about how she has this idea of her dad in her mind that's, like, a picture perfect father. And that if he had continued to live, maybe their relationship wouldn't have been so perfect anymore. But, like, her mother is the one that's there and is not perfect. And I don't know, I think that there's something about that. And then also, I don't want to give spoilers for Life is Strange 2, but I think that the mother relationship in that game is so interesting. And yeah, I don't know. Mothers also have so much more expectations and pressure put on them, right? Because, like, as harsh as I can be about Joyce, and, like, I don't think that she's doing a very good job at parenting, it is a fact, it is a simple fact that we do not have the same expectations of men and women and mothers and fathers. And, like, when fathers do the bare minimum, we're like, wow, what an amazing dad, what an amazing husband. And then, like, mothers have so much expectation put on them that, like, if they don't meet them even slightly, we're like, wow, what a bad mother. So there is something in that as well. And I don't want to necessarily, like, say that I'm suddenly going back on everything that I've just said about Joyce. And I don't think that Joyce is a bad person. I just think she's doing a crap job of parenting, and it makes me really angry because I think she can do better. Like, I don't think that she's a bad person. I think that, like, she's doing her best, but, like, she needs to do better, you know? And those are some of the really difficult feelings to have about your parents, is that they're human beings who, like, make mistakes. And I think that once you get to a point in your life where you understand that your parents are human beings, that's actually really difficult to process. It's harder than seeing them as a caricature that's either too perfect or too evil, if that makes sense, you know? And I do think the expectations we have of mothers and fathers are very different, and the way that we relate to mothers and fathers can be very different depending on our own gender as well. Like, you know, it's different from family to family, right? But sons get treated differently all the time. For sure. And daughters, and then obviously, like, when you're a queer person and that might not describe your gender, then it becomes, like, a whole other complicated thing. So, yeah. Maybe David could help. I mean, maybe he could help. I don't think that Chloe... This is weird, because on one hand, Chloe needs to be left alone in the sense that Joyce needs to cut her some slack. But then on the other hand, like, she does need support, which she's not getting. So I don't necessarily know how to answer this one. David could help.
Maybe David should start paying rent.
He spends the night often enough.
How would you know? You're never here yourself. David thinks you need discipline.
David should mind his own business.
Fuck off.
I think it's great David's taking an interest. He's a good man. Maybe he can help.
God. James is the absolute fucking worst. Yeah, we got a lot of hate for James Amber in this chat. I'm now expanding my mother issues into grandmother issues. Every woman in my family gives me issues. Yeah, that's because, again, like, women... Like, men, it's just some guy. Women... That alters my brain chemistry. I'm glad to hear it doesn't end, actually, so that I stop having expectations that one day it will end. Nope, definitely not at 30 either. Yeah. Joyce's face literally looks meaner. That's interesting. I think her eyes are darker. I'm gonna need to, like, do a comparison thing, but one thing that I'm finding quite striking is that her eyes look darker. Sorry, Ferris, it simply does not end. It reminds me of recoiling at Young Lady as a kid without really knowing why, when Chloe hates being called girly. Yeah, definitely. There's both an element of, like, obvious gendering, but also, like, condescension, like young lady or girly, you know? And so I think that it's both the, like, gender, but also, like, you're being condescending to me in a gendered way that is so uncomfortable. Completely get what you mean, and it's applicable even if the dad isn't absent. I think because so many girls I know who had even slightly present dads fully prefer their dad for just existing. Yeah. I thought my dad was the better parent because I saw him less, so I had less time to see his flaws. It's so much easier to hate the humanity you see in your mother when she's always there. Yeah, and it doesn't erase, like, the way that mothers hurt their children, but I think that when you start seeing it in that way, like, they are human beings and the expectations they have put on them are absolutely ridiculous, then it does change your perspective a lot. Especially because my mother is an example of what I could be. It's like looking in a mirror. Ouch. Yeah, I get that. That's very, Tell Me Why. Allison and Tell Me Why. I think that's why that hits so fucking hard for me. That scene where she has the dream where she is literally like the mirror image of her mother. Ouch. David is an asshole.
Your boyfriend's an asshole!
He's been good for me. Maybe he rubs you the wrong way because you've been rude.
Oh my god.
He's still breathing. That means I've been more than fair.
David's had some hard times too, you know. If he's kind enough to share his experience, I expect you to listen.
Like I'd let him get within 15 feet of me.
God, I always forget, like, how angry this makes me.
When he takes you to school today.
Very funny.
You will be nice, you will be respectful, and you will
I feel like
say
it's maybe
you.
like Loki,
Are you
like
serious?
triggering. Like, it just reminds me of my own experiences.
This is such...
What, Chloe? Such what?
Mom's trying, I guess.
Yeah, she's trying, but also she's
Maybe I
treating you
should
like
too.
shit, and like that's valid
But what's
too.
the point in getting along if it means pretending everything's fine
It's
when it's
valid,
not?
but you know what I mean. It's like two things can be true at the same time, and I think that once you have an approach to life where you understand that things are messy and complicated like that, and more than one thing can be true at once, that's when things become really fucking difficult. You know, it's both true that Joyce is being really shitty and hurting Chloe and not behaving like good, but also that like she's trying her best and she's going through a really hard time and like all of those things, and that she's also grieving her husband and that she doesn't know what she's doing and is struggling with everything. Like, those things are all true at the same time, and that's what's so difficult. And I think we've talked about this when me and Daz played it, but like the idea that there's a dichotomy between being understanding and saying what you feel, or that there feels like there is one, is really difficult. Because there has to be a way to both empathize for what someone is going through, but also like stand your ground and say that the way that they're treating you is not right. And it is possible to do both of those things at the same time, and it's important to be able to do both of those things at the same time, and it shouldn't be a choice between one or the other. But I do understand that in this situation, especially when you're like a teenage girl and you don't have like the tools, that it feels like these are two separate things. Like, I'm feeling very in my... I don't know how I'm feeling, actually. I was gonna say I'm feeling very in my chaos era right now, but I actually don't know how I'm feeling. So, I don't know what I'm leaning towards. I think I'm probably leaning towards saying what I feel, because I feel quite mad about this right now. Look at everyone in my family, and I'm like, oh my god, you were me, I could be you. You were a girl once, and I am a girl, and our lives are both so different, yet exactly the same, and isn't it just so painful? Yeah. Ouch, exactly that. And it's funny because like it is kind of nice to talk about this in this terms, because like I don't feel like I have to explain to y'all that like I'm not a cis woman, and I don't like see myself as a woman like that, because I see my gender as like non-binary and as lesbian. And I think because lesbian to me means something that is like on the margins of what a woman is supposed to be, if that makes sense. Like a lesbian is like a deviant woman, and that's why that feels like a gender marker for me. But that when there are times where I talk about myself like as a woman, or like in that way, especially in the way that I relate to women, that I don't feel like I have to explain that to some of y'all is quite nice. Ferris talks about their mother issues for 90 minutes. Same. Like that's what this channel is me doing that, so don't even worry. Oh yeah, he couldn't possibly be doing anything wrong, could he? David Madsen, Paragon. So real. For me, also neurodivergent generational trauma. Yeah, I get that. I mean, my mother definitely struggles with a lot of mental health things. For sure. And so do a bunch of women in my family. That they haven't like had access to like the care or the treatment that has been needed, and that's really sad. Like, it makes me really sad to think about, and it's really hard to reconcile that with like the hurt. It's a lot. I'm gonna say what I feel.
You want me to pretend I'm okay with David? That everything's okay? I'm not. He's a chauvinistic piece of shit, frankly,
Chloe,
and...
if your father could hear you.
No, you're right. I'm sure Dad and the mustache would get along great. It's a big bed. There's room enough for all three of you.
That's enough. All I'm asking for is a little respect. Why is that too much? I love you, Chloe. I miss you. Nobody could have replaced your father. I did the best I could.
Mom.
I don't know where I lost you.
You didn't lose me.
Right.
It's part of your fucking
David's
problem.
waiting.
It's part of
I
her
need the
fucking
keys.
problem is
They're in
that
that
she's like,
ashtray
oh,
you
you're
made
not
me?
the same,
Go be his problem
like,
now.
like perfect, like child that had no issues that I had before. Like, what a thing to say to your child's face. Like, where did I lose you? Like, come on. Absolute crock of shit. Like, what a thing to say to your child. And it's so telling that, like, you know, oh, you were my daughter when you were, like, this picture-perfect girl who didn't have any problems. And now that you're not like that, like, now that you're experiencing grief and pain and you're acting out and you need someone actually to be your mother and be there for you more than ever, now I suddenly, like, don't... like, I feel like I've lost you. What a crock of shit, honestly. Okay, I guess I have to talk to David. So that's also gonna be fun.
I made that ashtray for Mom's keys only.
Oh, I gotta get the keys. Madwoman is the perfect gender. Yeah, I also feel like that.
No point in putting off the inevitable torture of driving to school with David. We better get going.
Don't feel like woman TM, but also feel deeply connected to women and their experiences, and can't dismiss womanhood as part of my gender. Yeah. I 100% get that, and it feels nice to be in a space like this where I don't feel like I have to like explain that loads, and it's something that some of y'all just get. Yeah, I don't identify with womanhood, but I identify with autistic womanhood, or being a mad woman, like a very unhinged type of feminine. Yeah, I feel similarly about mad woman as like a gender, or like way of thinking of myself or my identity, for sure. And I think that that's very like intertwined with lesbian for me, for obvious like historical material reasons.
Mom said David is driving me to school.
The three genders, lesbian,
now would
girl
be a
boss,
great time
mad
to wake
woman.
up.
I mean, again, I would like lesbian and mad woman are very like related to me. Chloe and Joyce have such "you love me but you don't like me." Ow! I don't know if y'all have seen the film Lady Bird by the one and only Greta Gerwig, but that's like a scene in that movie which is about like a mother and a daughter relationship, and is a movie that for some of y'all, it sounds like if you haven't seen it, it will change your brain chemistry. Because that's such a you love me but you don't like me.
David is waiting outside.
It hurts.
For
it
me.
really fucking hurts, man.
David.
It's obvious that when Chloe did have problems, she went to William. Yeah. Def think that now I'm an adult, my mum is trying to transition our relationship into gal pals without realizing that she didn't build that foundation. I still need my mom, not a friend. Yeah. My gender is girl boss in the way that I am stealing it from the neoliberal capitalism thing. Fair. I've seen that clip, but I'm too afraid to watch the full movie. I know I will never recover. Yeah. It's a lot. I've been meaning to rewatch it because I didn't think that it super hit for me the first time that I watched it, but then I've rewatched that clip several times because I've seen people putting it on TikTok.
I guess I should head outside and face David.
Like every time I've seen it as an isolated clip, I've been like, wow, like that really hurts. But I love Greta Gerwig though. I feel like with every project she's just gotten better and better. Steph! I can't wait to see Steph. I have a friend who recently said to me that she would feel more questioning of her gender if she hadn't been through gender trauma. And I guess I didn't know what to say to that, but I was also like, is your only connection to womanhood trauma? Because that doesn't seem cis to me.
We're hoping you men will leave without us.
God, I fucking
No, Mom. I swear he beat himself to death with a tire iron. Repeatedly.
Chloe, is that a black eye?
No.
Insubordination. No wonder your mother's worried about you.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah,
when I was your age,
absolute piece of shit. The click and point's so dehumanizing.
But it's not responsible. You owe it to your mother to do better.
Tell me again what I owe my mother, dirtbag.
For real.
Electrode insulator's probably cracked. You know what a spark plug does?
Yes.
It ignites.
Did you not hear me? I said I know what it does.
Then go grab my socket wrench set from the garage, and we can get moving.
I gotta say, I still want to be on the lookout for clues, one way or another.
What is this? Quality time?
But...
Ugh. Better just get the socket wrench and get this over
I
with.
definitely see why a lot of people think that Chloe is a lesbian, because I feel like there's so much, like, not just in the way that she relates to women, but in the way that she relates to men. And the way that it feels like
what's David
there
doing?
is
no
emotional connection for men, but also she's like a misandrist icon, and that is so relatable to me. Like, that is so lesbian to me. So I really, again, want to keep an eye out for clues, because I feel like when I'm thinking about it, the only interaction that I can think about that I was like, oh, maybe bisexual, is the Jefferson interaction. So, I don't know.
Tiniest penis in all of Arcadia Bay.
Sorry, it took me a minute to process that she said that, which is very funny. I love that line from Chloe.
I'm supposed to get David his stupid wrench. What the hell has happened to my life?
The click-in point, reminds me of, you know, when people are like, oh, when you date someone, one of the things to watch out for is, how they treat, service staff. And, you know, when people are really fucking rude to service staff and they, click at them and, make gestures, and it feels really dehumanizing. That, but doing it to your own daughter.
Should fill this with gasoline just in case David's car ever catches on fire. Damn. The stereo used to be in Dad's workshop. I should hook it up in my room before garbage day gets it first. Dad's old camera. Do they even make film for these anymore?
I am new to the lesbian thing, not counting 15-year-old me, but I think a huge turning point for me was just realizing I do not relate to men in any significant way. Yeah. Yes. Some part of me thought everyone I hang out with was just lying to themselves.
I should look in David's toolbox and try not to get testosterone
also relatable
while doing it.
No, Ferris, it's just you doing that. No, but for real, because, I know in theory that I have several friends who are attracted to men. I understand that intellectually, but also it doesn't make any sense to me. So I completely understand what you're saying.
Uh-oh. Mom's been cleaning again. Dad's old camera. Do they even make film for these anymore?
God, realizing you're a lesbian is really difficult, because you gaslight yourself so hard. Compact goes so fucking hard, it's not even. And then I've identified as a lesbian for many years. For
the socket wrench has got to be
for
David's
13 years now. For
toolbox.
half of my life. That's half of my life. Whoa. That is half of my life. That's crazy. That I have been a lesbian. And the way that in those 13 years I have repeatedly continued to battle with compare and gaslight myself on several occasions into thinking that I was attracted to men, or actually I was bisexual, is insane. It's actually insane. I can't even describe that.
David's lawnmower. Maybe Mom and I like our lawn the way it is. Ever think of that? Dad's toolbox. He used to get so excited whenever anything sprung a leak or busted.
This was the photo Mom took down from the living room. Guess we don't have room for it and David's mustache.
Yeah. It's I think that keeping this in the living room, there should be nothing wrong with that. I just feel if I started dating someone and they had a partner, or were married to someone who was very, very dear to them, and that person died, and I was now dating this person, personally, I would not be I would not be hurt or offended or take it any kind of way that they had pictures and stuff of that person that they lost. If I'm looking at it from that perspective, I would not have a problem with that. That makes sense to me. You lost someone very special to you, and I'm not trying to replace that person. I'm a new person in your life, and it's a new relationship, and it's a different relationship, and I don't expect to be replacing a love that you had, and I certainly don't expect you to put away that grief from me. You know what I mean? I don't know. I kind of think about that in the interactions between Chloe and Max as well, actually, because of I know that it's become a meme in the fandom that every time Chloe and Max are having like an emotional and like romantically charged moment in the first game that Rachel comes up. Because of course Rachel comes up. Like, it's a very new loss. Chloe doesn't even realize really that she's like lost Rachel because she doesn't know that Rachel's dead. It's a very fresh loss, and it's grief over that relationship. And I think that it makes a lot of sense that Chloe would feel that way, especially because she doesn't have like the closure of knowing that Rachel is dead yet, and like why Rachel left her.
I'm supposed to get David his
so
stupid
I think that it would be very
What
amiss
the
for
hell has
Max in
happened to
those
my life?
situations to react by being really like hurt or insulted by it. And I think that she reacts in the way that like a good friend / someone who has come into her life and is a romantic interest during that time, like she handles it like pretty well to just emotionally support Chloe through that and be like, and like hear her when she wants to talk about Rachel and stuff. And that, yeah, she has complicated feelings about that, but she doesn't make it about her. Like, she listens to Chloe and like has space for Chloe's grief, you know? Anyway.
Damn. The stereo used to be in Dad's workshop. I should hook it up in my room before garbage day gets it first.
Hold on, I'll catch up with chat in a second.
I should look in David's toolbox
toolbox
and try not to get testosterone poisoning while doing it.
Let's open it up.
There's his stupid socket wrench set. Let's get this shit show over with.
I think I can graffiti in there at some point.
Do these have chapters on hotwiring your mom's boyfriend's car so you can drive it off a cliff? 50-50 chance I smash him in the face with this. 60-40. Maybe 90-10. If it's in my garage, it gets my special treatment. What message does David really need to hear?
Intruder.
Got it.
Because that's what he is. Look, as an occasional man liker, I don't always get it either. My friend started dating a guy who's not a total shitbag for the first time and is actually happy talking about it, and I'm like, oh my god, that's like how people actually feel about men when they date them. No, relatable. Like, because people talk to me about their boyfriends and they seem really happy and stuff, and I'm like, I don't get it, but I'm happy for you. And yeah, I'm like, oh, holy shit, like, you can be with a man and feel like that. Like, I'm happy for you, but it does not compute in my brain. When I was 14, I went to a store and this woman thought I worked there, and I was walking up the stairs and she snapped her fingers at me and asked me where the shoes were, and I was so confused and bewildered. Christ.
If
Yeah, I
David
don't
his
blame
wrench
you.
soon,
That's like
he might
traumatic, to be
Not
honest.
literally,
So
but it's a nice
imagine
spot.
like experiencing that like on a daily basis. When I was a kid, I genuinely thought it was a bit like girls were joking about liking boys. Yeah, like, are you serious? Like, I don't understand what's going on. When I was still in denial, I think I actually, with my whole chest, said women make me cry because I want to be with them so bad, and men make me want to cry because I'm with them. Ferris. The call is coming from inside the house. The realization that other girls are not part of some elaborate prank when it comes to them wanting men was literally life-changing for me. Okay, but it's funny that you say all of this because I've seen a few people talk about compat and be like, when women talk about liking men, because of the way that compat works, it's so difficult to be able to tell the difference between actually liking men and not. And I think that that affects a lot of women regardless of where they're at with like how they identify their sexuality or like where they're at in their journey. And it's funny that you say that because I've seen quite a few people saying, and I guess this is not really an experience I have anymore because I'm not like, because I am a lesbian and I don't frequently talk about men and I don't have a boyfriend to talk about, so that's not like an experience I have much anymore. But like women being like, oh, like when I hear or I'm with straight women, because that's how they identify themselves, but it's questionable, like talking about their relationships with men, like
If
they do not like the men that they are with, and that is so normalized for like women to be with men and to not like them, and to just be like, oh, he does all of this stuff that I like really annoys me and that I hate, and like, you know, all of that. But that's fine, that's normal, that's what it's like, right? Like that's what being with men is like, and that's so normalized, you know what I mean? Like, it's actually crazy. Like, when you think about compare, like, when you think about it, when you really, really think about it, and the more you think about it, you're like, wow. Like, that's really scary. Okay, I don't know if anyone's redeemed Show Me a Cow, but she's here. So you gonna see her? Yes, you do. Ain't you be? You good? You good?
If I don't bring David his wrench
How do you
soon,
feel about men?
he might
Chickpea?
explode.
She doesn't really like men.
Not literally, but it's a nice
She's
thought.
a lesbian. Chickpea's a lesbian. Are you about to leave again? You can chill here. It's fine. As a bi person dating a man who I love very much, it is strange every day to be like, wow, so my favorite person is a man. How did this happen? I will see a woman be like, yeah, he sold my dog and pushed my mom down the stairs, but he got me flowers and lets me sleep in the bed with him, so it's fine. That is literally what it's like. The girl, the pea. Straight women are in the trenches and they don't even realize it.
Time to bring David his wrench
right.
so I can get back to ignoring him forever.
The she. Where is she? Where is she? She's on the floor. She's chilling. And Show Us a Cat has been redeemed, so I can show her again if you like. Oh, she's not having it. But I'll just give a little wave and I'll put her down again. Hi. Hi, it's me. Chickpea. Okay. Oh, she looks so mad. Okay, I'll put you down now. Don't worry, you can chill on the floor. She's so mad. Alright. And she's on the bed now. Okay. It was such an impassioned scream, I know. Bless her. I've never heard a cat sound so mad at something so gentle. She just has a very clear sense of boundaries, you know, and sometimes I don't respect that, so she has every right to be mad. Okay, so I think I've done everything I need to do here, so I'm gonna talk to David. I'm obsessed with Chickpea. She's so busy today. She has no time for this. So busy.
Mom should date literally anyone else.
So I'm gonna give him the socket wrench, and then I'm gonna take a quick pee break.
A little more hustle wouldn't have killed you.
No, I should have spoken with him first. But I think he probably just would have said that I was a slow, annoying woman.
See what's gunking up the works there? That's a sign of
Carbon deposits? No shit.
I love how one of the options is just labeled socket wrench. Like, yeah, belt him with it. Yeah, I wish.
My attitude is what makes me special, David.
All right.
Nope.
What the
How you do anything is how you do everything.
What does that mean? What the fuck is he talking about?
Now I need a shower. Hey, you're taking those tools with you, right?
Every house needs a good toolbox.
We've already got one, but thanks.
Such a dickhead. I just know that he is in some weird pissing contest with his wife's dead husband.
Roll.
Please don't want to talk. Please don't want to talk.
I want to talk to you about something.
Fuck.
We don't have to like each other, but you will respect me. You've enjoyed enough of a vacation from having a father figure. So there's some things I want to be real clear about.
Yeah, as if she had a choice in her father dying. Such a piece of shit. Never saw that in this game. Oh, like him, like, forcing her to, like, fist bump. Yeah, pretty vile violation of boundaries right there. You don't just grab a teenage girl and make them fist bump you, Jesus, David. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty, like, what the fuck. But I feel like it's interesting, like it feels like kind of a precursor to the fact that, like, he continues to violate her physical boundaries because, like, we know that he physically abuses her, like, hits her. Grief is such a nice vacation. Wow. Yeah, I love having a vacation, i.e., like, my father dying. Holy shit. And here I was thinking respect has to be earned. What a fool I am. What a fool indeed. Okay, obviously I'm shutting this down.
Respect him? I think it's time I show this asshole I'm not interested in anything he has to say. What's clear is fuck you.
Language. You are way out of line, young lady.
You're way out of line.
Language?
Here, let me put that in a language you'll understand. Foxtrot. Uniform.
You've got a smart mouth, don't you?
Let me dumb it down for you. I mean, sorry. What has fewer syllables than dumb?
Hey, watch your... I can crap bigger than you, got it?
Then I hope you're a better plumber than you are a mechanic.
Your mother... breaking her heart.
At least she has a heart. All you have is... What's it called when you've got one porn stash and 0 game?
I was in the army. You will respect me.
I don't remember enlisting, so don't treat me like your newest recruit.
If you were a man...
It's
Time
cool.
to destroy this man.
If you were a man, I wouldn't go so easy on you either.
Don't know why I bother trying.
This is you trying.
Mission accomplished.
Piece of shit. Look at her smug little face. Okay, we're gonna get this dream. Okay, and then I'll take a break.
Country music?
I love country music. What's this song?
song?
This is my favorite song. Burning the midnight oil again.
I just called to tell you
I miss you, my old friend. Burning the midnight oil again.
What a beautiful day. I guess Mom left her purse back here?
There's something about if this is different if you don't see the condoms, but I don't remember what it is if you haven't seen the condoms in Joyce's room. Silence is genuinely my favorite country song. Wow, harsh. I used to think that I'm not a country music person, and I'm still not like actively a country music person, but one of the things that I realized is that I mostly hate country music when it's men, and then when it's women I'm like, actually this is kind of nice.
I know what a spark plug does, jerkwad. If Mom were here, she'd tell him to turn that junk off.
Burning the midnight oil again.
Dad, turn it up.
Sitting out here listening to the wind.
Picking up my lover from the grocery store.
Yeah, I do think that, like, a big part of it is that she imagines, like, the moment that he died, you know? In that scene, it feels particularly striking because he doesn't, like, acknowledge that she's there. So it feels like exactly like it would be if he was just driving on his own to pick up Joyce from the grocery store and got hit by a truck.
Hey,
The hell?
out of the car, Chloe. You're gonna be late.
I guess he does turn up the music when she asks him to, but otherwise...
Whatever.
You're welcome.
Nobody can do a scorned woman song
Hello,
like a country
Black
singer.
Owl.
That's a good point. If I need rage, country's got me. Before He Cheats by Carrie Underwood is solid, and also obligatory Taylor Swift. I should have said no is a banger. Yeah, I also... What's her name? Casey Musgraves. I quite like Casey Musgraves. And, can't think of any other names off the top of my head, but I feel like when women do country, I like it. Speaking of which, if you haven't seen Fried Green Tomatoes at the Whistle Stop Cafe, that is a very good movie about gay women with southern accents.
Hey, Chloe.
Very comforting.
Hey, Elliot.
Wait, what happened to your face? Do you need to go to the nurse or
Ugh,
something?
Elliot and high
What?
def.
This? You should see the other guy.
Guess it's true then. I heard you had a hell of a night. I mean, people are talking about it.
People can eat a dick. Even social media haters can't ruin how awesome last night was.
All of them collectively
So,
can eat one single dick.
How about The Tempest? Blackwell Theater at its most pretentious.
Yeah, totally.
I know it's gonna be lame, but I was thinking, do you want to go together tomorrow?
Nope.
No way. I'd rather have my eyes gouged out with rusted forks.
Yeah, right. Me too, I guess.
All right. See you in camp.
Yeah, for sure.
Buddy, what you are laying down, she is not picking up. Nope. He has the exact
Gotta
vibes
track
I'd
down
expect
Steph to pick
Tatum.
up my DVD.
Is this your first
I've still
time
got time
seeing
before
Before the
class?
Storm, Ferris? 'Cause yeah, he sure is something. How are you liking it so far? Have you played the first game? I've never actually played Life is Strange, only really watched thanks to GA, but love the story. There are so many games I've watched on YouTube, and that's valid. I'm honestly too much of a gamer myself. The last time I finished a game was in 2017. That's totally valid. Like, it's experiencing games, especially like narrative games, through watching people play them is absolutely fine. There are a bunch of games that I've not played myself, but I've watched other people play them. But yeah, some, like, if you wanted to, then playing a game like this for yourself and like experiencing the choices yourself can be interesting. But it's equally interesting to watch someone else play it, because sometimes I also feel like when I watch other people play it, they make choices that I wouldn't, or they make arguments for the choices that they're making that I wouldn't think of.
Nathan in tights. Can't unsee. Meh. Well, at least not for now.
See Warren or Brooke. Fuck no.
How could I possibly make it through a day in this place without a little chemical assistance?
Steph! Oh my god, I can't wait to see Steph. We're about to see Steph. We're about to see Steph in high def. I'm at the picnic tables with Mikey. Yeah. Oh, it's Victoria.
Victoria Chase. I'd rather vomit razor blades than talk to her.
Oh, Carrie Price.
It's Chloe.
Oh, right. I'm just teasing. People have been taking me so seriously since I won the Beacon's Young Artist Award for my photography.
You don't say.
Between that and the Vortex Club, it's hard to keep people from putting me up on a pedestal or whatever. But you know all about that. What, with Rachel Amber? Am I right?
I know you're jealous, Victoria. When will Victoria just, like, realize that she's a lesbian? Like, I know that she's, like, by all means a minor character in this series. However, I would just love a little... I would love to know what happens to... Like, I would... Okay, wait, no, because in my canon ending, she's dead. Well... That depends, actually, doesn't it? I never really could piece together what the possible endings for Victoria are, actually, because it's a bit more complicated, isn't it? Because she... If she is in the bunker when the storm hits, then she might actually survive. So, even if you sacrifice Arcadia Bay, then she might live through it. So, I love that everybody told her she's going to be late, so her next move is to play an entire D&D campaign. Yeah. I've recorded my own plays of Life is Strange for me to watch them later, because sometimes I don't have the energy to play but want to experience the story again. That's very... Yeah, I feel like that. Sometimes I'm like, I want to experience Life is Strange right now, but I don't feel like I could play Life is Strange right now. And that's very valid. I can't watch anyone play through of Life is Strange 2. They're always full of bad takes. Well, I will, at some point, possibly featuring someone else, play Life is Strange on this channel. Life is Strange 2, that is. So, we will break through the noise and present you with a playthrough of Life is Strange 2 with good takes. Steph. Shut up, Victoria. I only played LIS2 while watched folks play the others, mostly from y'all. Yeah, I mean, of course I've done that video essay on LIS2, but we haven't actually done a playthrough yet, so you can anticipate that sometime. Yeah, she might be in the bunker, so she might be safe. There's at least one timeline where she lives. How far from town is the school? Because it's possible that the storm doesn't reach that far inland. Yeah, I'm gonna say that my canon is that Victoria's in the bunker and is friends with Max because Max trusted her and Max gave her the warning about Jefferson. But then Max destroyed Arcadia Bay and saved Chloe, so Victoria survives the storm. That's my headcanon. Because... And then now I just want like a little side story. Like, what happens to Victoria Chase? And how does Victoria Chase realize she's a lesbian? I want to know. Rachel.
Wait. What about Rachel Amber?
Rachel posted a slamming selfie of you two having the time of your lives. Do tell.
It was a pretty normal night for us. A little music, a little dancing. We murdered a guy.
Sounds perfect.
You are so funny. Oh, seriously though, I didn't realize you and Rachel were such BFFs.
We're really not.
So what's she into? You know, what's her thing?
Girls.
Is it drugs? I'm not judging.
It's girls.
Anything. I figure if she's hanging out with you, she must be into some effed up shit. You know?
Girls.
Seriously, I don't know why you're talking to me about Rachel.
Oh, everybody loves her. Little Miss Perfect.
So you're jealous of Rachel Amber. That's what's happening right now. Gotcha.
Oh, God, I don't have time for this. I didn't even finish the chemistry assignment, and you're... being you. Ugh. Why would Rachel Amber ever hang out with Carrie Price?
It's Chloe.
I got a soft spot for Victoria, so I'm letting her get away with it. I love it when people are like, this is canon because I said so. Yeah, because it is canon and because I said so.
Samantha Myers, school wallflower. She could give you a run for your money, Max.
I made I think it's on the Game Assist Instagram somewhere. I made like a list, like I made like a graph of the men in all the Life is Strange series, and I mapped it from asshole to not an asshole and dead to alive, and I mapped them all out.
And my DVD from Steph. I bet she's nerding it up
chose
with
like
Mikey
which
somewhere.
canon that's in, because obviously in different canons different characters are dead. So that's one of my favorite stupid things I've done.
Hey, Chloe.
Hey, Samantha. What are you reading?
Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf?
I gotta read that.
I read that last year in Mrs. Hoyta's English
because
class.
I love Virginia Woolf, and I know it's not by
I
Virginia Woolf, but
didn't
she's
think you did
in the
homework.
title, so...
Normally I don't, but the play was actually good.
What did you like about it?
The story is about how relationships only work if people are willing to lie to each other.
I'm not sure if you're joking. Sorry, I'm a little slow sometimes.
I'm a little bitchy sometimes, so it's cool.
People always say that. But I think you're actually... Sorry, Chloe. No one says anything like that. I don't know what I'm actually talking about.
I bet.
I gotta say, in terms of the remastering, it's not enough of a difference for me, for, like, there was no need for this. But there's also something in the fact that, like, in terms of, like, Chloe lesbian or bi, there's also something about, and the thing is that I do think that this can affect, like, certain bi women who, like, are also misandrist or, like, have a preference for women, but, like, the stereotype of the mean lesbian, right? And the way that like Chloe perceived is like she's like an angry like butch dyke, you know.
Steph and Mikey
There's
normally
definitely
post up somewhere
something
quiet
in
in the
that. I think
courtyard.
especially because I've been thinking a lot about how people characterize me as being like angry or whatever, and often it's just because I like try to speak my mind and like I don't avoid a conflict. But then I was also thinking about how I've not always been like that, and I used to be really, really conflict avoidant and avoidant in general. And the thing is that I would just always get characterized as being like angry, and I think that it was very much that it's very racialized for me. And it's also like I feel like I get characterized as like, oh, like the mean like dyke, you know. And I think that there's something in that about like Chloe as well, and I think that her like being like more butch has something to do with it as well.
I can tell Justin's wearing his eau de gange.
Damn, girl, that eye looks sick. What's going on?
The MLP Equestria Girls team basically did that when it came to canon couples. Yeah.
Hey, out of the blue question, what do you think of Rachel Amber?
She's amazing. If you're into chicks that are hot, smart, and hot. I mean, she helped me out a while back.
Feels weird when he says
I was failing algebra hard.
I believe you.
Check it. After I bombed my midterm last fall, she tutored me for the rest of the semester. And then I crushed it. C+.
Huh. Last night, I scoped out this crazy party at the old mill up north. Kind of a DIY thing.
Wow, no shit. I thought that place was like meth central. My cousin met this hooker there.
Whatever. It was cool, okay? You wouldn't understand. Alright. Guess I'll see you in class.
Word.
The 3 traits of women: hot, smart, and hot. So true. Every single woman on this planet is hot, smart, and hot. Rachel truly is a triple threat. For real. Okay, we're gonna talk to Skip and listen to his demo in silence.
Skip Matthews, Blackwell's finest. He's not so bad for a...
Are you okay,
mall
Skip?
cop.
Your eyes are looking a little vacant there. you're looking a bit. Oh, I see. He's looking off to the side. Just kind of looked like he didn't have any pupils there for a second.
Stopped any gang wars lately?
Not today. Oof. Looks like you did, though.
Huh? Ah, right. Whatever.
I did ask Justin Williams' mom to move her Mercedes out of handicap parking.
Badass.
Yeah, you know how I roll.
So, I went to the mill last night. Caught Firewalk live.
You went to the mill? Wait, you saw Firewalk?
It was cool.
She's so smart. Bless
Pretty
her.
wicked. I didn't know you were into music like that.
What? Like good music?
Preach it, sister. I'm in a band, actually.
No shit. Really?
We're called Pisshead. It's not a big deal or anything. I mean, I'm trying to get our demo out there, but it's hard.
Pisshead, huh?
Would you maybe want to hear it?
Incredible.
Our demo, I mean.
Yeah, okay.
Great.
Pretty sure this is gonna be silent. Yeah. Wow, Skip, I loved your demo. Oh my god, this is so good. I love Pisshead now. I'm such a huge fan. Go Pisshead. Whatever happened to Skip? What did he do to get himself replaced by Subject? So that's interesting because there are a few ways that things can play out with Skip, and one of them is that if you listen to his demo and you say that you like it, then he basically tries to like make a career out of music. So he leaves Blackwell because he like wants to like take music seriously as a career and go on tour with his band. But if that doesn't happen, then I'm not sure why he leaves Blackwell. Good for him. Pisshead rules. They do rule. When you can hear it, this is a pretty sick demo. He's got those eyes that are too light, so he looks all demonic. Yeah, for sure.
So, what did you think?
I love the sound of silence.
That was really good, man. If Pisshead came on the radio, I'd turn that shit up.
Oh, right on. Awesome, Chloe. Thanks.
One of the things that I would say is that, like, even if you don't want to play it yourself, if you've never played this before,
Need my DVD from Steph. I bet she's nerding it up with Mikey somewhere.
These games are a completely different experience with the music. Obviously, because I don't want to get copyright striked, I've not
Miss
got the music
Grant,
on stream.
the least lame teacher at Blackwell. Wish she could get over the whole push me to succeed thing, though.
Still here, just gotta lay down and step away from the chat for a bit. No worries, Neve. Whatever you need to do. And if you need to leave as well, that's totally fine. We appreciate you being here for as long as you have been.
Morning,
and
Miss
waking
Grant.
up early for it, too.
Chloe, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What do you think of this
Wow.
hypothesis? That you'll be in your seat by the time chemistry class begins today.
Science is all about discovery, Miss Grant. Guess you'll have to wait and see.
With all the change that's happening at Blackwell of late, I suppose I can appreciate your consistent wit, Chloe.
What kind of change do you mean?
Well, the Prescotts have made an extremely generous donation to the school, which is good, but instead of going to support more science and mathematics, it's all being dedicated to the arts.
You don't think more money should be spent in the arts?
It's not that exactly. I recently made the case that STEM programs should receive more support, but apparently our new donors disagree with me. Such is life, I suppose.
It's funny because this is not
Miss
like
Grant
a real
actually
problem
seems sad.
that happens in most schools, right? Because in most schools it's the arts that's underfunded because STEM programs like make people loads of money and are very lucrative. Yeah, literally, like STEM always has support. It's funny that this comes up because obviously this isn't really a thing that happens, but I think it's meant to be an allusion to the fact that the reason why there's kind of this suspicious increase in funding for the arts at Blackwell is because of Mark Jefferson. Ew, arts.
Look at it this way, Miss Grant. More art classes will keep all the smug, self-absorbed types out of your science classroom.
Articulate, as always.
But Miss Grant's a bit of a weird one, isn't she? Miss Grant's a bit all over the place, you know? She doesn't really know what's going on. I mean, she thinks that the Pilgrims and the Native Americans came together in peace. So.
But fire's so pretty.
I guess she doesn't remember why black people are in the country either. Like,
what the fuck is that
it's a bit
supposed
bizarre.
to mean?
Right. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, Miss Grant's a little all over the place. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. I mustard big. I do love that, like, the hot dog man thing just became, like, a consistent, like, silly little meme in this universe. I do really enjoy that. Because, like, it's great to have all of this, like, very serious, like, thematic stuff and imagery and blah, 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 but also Hot Dog Man is just a silly little guy, and he's just
Students
there
at
being
Blackwell
a silly
have
little
this
guy,
herd instinct
and I
to
love it.
glom up into little groups, like,
Hey, Henry.
and if you
Welcome
just
to the
want to be
stream.
alone,
How are you doing?
You get labeled like some dangerous
How is your
outsider.
Sunday going? God, I love Hot Dog
Just
Man.
like any
Who doesn't
other
love
prison.
Hot Dog Man? What an icon.
Except now the prison follows you wherever you go. Thanks
Gay
to
icon,
social
too.
media. I can't believe Rachel posted a photo of the two of us together last night. Am I still an outsider if I'm hanging out with Rachel Amber now? And what does it mean that hanging out was so awesome?
It means you're gay.
Does that make me just the same as every other student here? Nah, fuck that.
Nah, man, it means you're gay. Sunday is fun day. Was in a union meeting just now and made the mistake of taking minutes. Oh, you took minutes, like you wrote them down? Damn. When I take minutes, and when I have taken minutes at meetings, I've only ever typed them up. So, braver than the troops, Henry. But we love to see it. We love to see a good bit of union organizing. So that sounds like a lovely Sunday so far. Do some more contemplating.
I should probably be getting to class, but I just don't
Sorry, I
care.
have kind of a stitch in my neck. I think I pulled it yesterday.
Last night really happened? The internet says it did, but I still can't believe it. Rachel Amber.
Gay.
The drama star, honor student, popular princess of Blackwell swoops in like Batman to save my ass and thrash to Firewalk? Either that was a dream or real life just got a shit ton crazier.
For real though, if that happened to me when I was 16, like, I would have lost my shit. Like if a hot girl, like, showed up and rescued me from some terrible man and we were into the same music, I would have lost my shit. Like, I would never have been the same. No, digitally. But I am bad at typing. Ah, no worries. That's relatable as well. Sometimes when you type too much, it do be hurting. I would have simply passed away. Yeah. That would have been it for me.
Principal Wells. Hey.
Chloe Price. Is that a black eye?
I'm, yep.
I hope you know that Blackwell provides
shut the fuck
confidential
up.
counseling services for all our students. We are a safe space for
Yeah,
any
such
issue.
a safe
I'm
fucking
good.
space.
It's the other guy who needed a safe space. From me.
You never fail to conform to your reputation, do you?
Miss Price,
The sign clearly says, "Do not walk on the stage." Such disregard for your fellow students' efforts won't alleviate your record of major infractions.
How many minor infractions and a major one?
This is no joke.
I forgot how
Miss
fucking
Price.
funny she is,
Who's
man.
joking?
She's so
You've
funny.
seen my math grades.
Chloe Price really is like the love of my life.
Perhaps you will find me less amusing if I mention the various allegations I've been hearing about your drug use. You know Blackwell has a zero-tolerance
Oh my
policy.
god, stop getting up in my
Do
shit,
I
man.
have to initiate a search of your person in order to
my
establish
God.
the veracity of these allegations, Miss Price?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
That's
that's
what
illegal.
I thought. I'll look forward to seeing you in my office after
Can't believe
school
you just
today.
threatened her
How
with
does
like
that
a
sound?
strip search. Christ. I feel like everyone puts the black eye on her and not the person who gave it to her. Like, they have no idea how she got it. Yeah, and I feel like that's very telling. Like, that's a really good point, Cos, and it's really indicative of the mentality in general that. Yeah, exactly, Faye. It's the pattern of everyone blaming Chloe for everything that happens to her. 100%. Alright, let's hope that I can do this.
Wells really
Back
has
talk
it out for
time.
me. I have to convince him it's in his best interest to back off. Actually, sir, I'm gonna go with no.
Ah, so you're going to mouth off to me now, yes? And here I thought your well of witticisms had finally run dry.
Sir, my well of witticisms runs so deep that you would get trapped at the bottom and never make it out alive.
Jokes, in my experience, that's how the guilty cover up their infractions.
How did you become principal without learning the Constitution? The Fourth Amendment, illegal search and seizure?
We are a private institution, and policy allows me to search all students on the premises.
God, fuck you.
I wonder if the Prescotts might reconsider their donation if Blackwell's principal is being sued for harassment.
How do you know about the Prescott donation?
Perhaps the better question you should be asking yourself is, what else do I know?
I'm sure we, do not need to make so public an issue of your behavior today. But make no mistake, Miss Price, this is not over.
Ooh, goody. I love cliffhangers. Funny, just a couple years ago, something like that would have scared the crap out of me. These days, I'm at, like, the collegiate level of not giving any fucks.
It's funny she says that, because I've been thinking a lot about how, like, at times in my life when I did, like, a lot riskier shit, like, I had a lot less of a,
Need my
like,
DVD
sense
from
of
Steph.
my own safety.
I bet she's
or,
nerding
like,
it up
sense
with
of
Mikey
self-preservation. So I actually find myself being more cautious now than I was, like, even a few years ago. And, like, that's has a lot to do with, like, how my relationship to myself has changed, in a way. So it's funny that she says that, like, she does it because she just doesn't care. And that's where she's in her headspace. Hi, GB. You're awesome. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for popping by. How are you doing? How is your Sunday going?
Huh. Weirdly, that makes me interested in walking on the stage.
God, I love her so much. I keep sleeping. That sounds fantastic. That sounds ideal.
Steph and Mikey normally post up somewhere quiet in the courtyard.
See you in class.
No, you won't. Wait, what does she say if I look at him?
It's nice that Elliot always wants to do stuff with me. I just haven't been in the doing stuff mood lately.
You just haven't been in the mood to do stuff with him, as we're about to find out. Alright, Steph and Mikey time! Steph and Mikey time. Steph and Mikey time. Oh boy, here we go, guys. I don't know how today is like. I've not seen much of it. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't even know what time it is.
Steph
half-
Gingrich
half
and Mikey North,
5 here.
Blackwell's premier indoor kids. Steph has created something of a business selling pirated DVDs to other students.
That's so slay of her.
If I had known the Celestial Avenger was bloodied, I would have totally given him my potion.
It was a skill challenge. Potion wouldn't have worked.
Skill challenge?
It's part of the tabletop game we play.
You wouldn't understand.
I used to play with my friend Max. It's been a long time, though.
Cool.
Got my DVD.
One Blade Runner, director's cut coming right up.
I also...
Sweet. $5, right?
Getting
Keep
rich,
it.
getting rich,
I'm
getting
just glad
rich.
someone here appreciates the classics. You even asked for the director's cut, which took out
It's
the
her.
shitty voiceover and replaced it with a sweet dream sequence.
Dream life over real life.
Blade Runner
That's my
again.
motto.
Yeah. I was gonna point
Right
that
on.
out, Evelyn. Yeah.
Hey, do you know if Rachel's a gamer?
Blade Runner is
Rachel
definitely important.
Amber? You're asking me?
So yes,
Didn't
clearly
you
I
two
am
go
gonna
out
have to
last
watch
night,
every
or
single
was it
version of it.
just like a friend thing?
Yeah, loads of love for Steph in the chat right now. I was gonna say something and then I forgot, but I'm sure it wasn't important. Yeah, no. I was gonna say that in the canon of Life is Strange, the obvious canon of Life is Strange where Chloe lives and her and Max run away together, I also think that Chloe and Max start playing D&D again, and also they make a group of queer friends and they all play D&D together. Oh, and also they're still friends with, like, Chloe's still friends with Steph, right? Like, that's something that comes up in True Colors. And I would really like to believe that Chloe and Steph stay friends, because sapphic friendships or lesbian friendships are, like, beautiful and wonderful, and I want that for her. Oh, she's asking about Rachel, right? 'Cause she has a crush on Rachel.
Why do you want to know?
Steph has a crush.
Chloe, you should join our game.
Yeah. I don't have 50 hours right now. Thanks, though.
We're at the end of the campaign, so it'll only take, like, 20 minutes. What else have you got to do before class?
D&D. D&D. D&D.
What the hell? Game on, nerds.
That is a good canon. I approve of this canon with my
Here's
whole
a
heart.
character sheet. You are an elf barbarian.
Nice. I could totally see myself as an elf barbarian.
I know, I'm good. Alright, let's get started. You are both famous heroes in the kingdom of Avernon, a once peaceful land, now laid to waste by the bloodthirsty raiders of the Black Well. Alone, you have fought your way through the raider camps, seeking their warlord leader, Durgaron, the Unscarred. As you enter the final camp, bloodied and weary, you see your fellow hero approaching from the opposite direction.
I raise my staff to you in greeting. I am Elamon, Wizard of the Third Circle, foremost advisor to King Tiberius, and sworn defender of Avernon.
Introduce your character.
Yeah, okay. I'm an elf barbarian named, Calamastia.
I'm trying to show them that I'm
Super into
trying,
it.
right?
Not bad.
That I'm, like, getting into it.
The two heroes.
Hold on. Elamon narrows his eyes at the elf in front of him and says, I am here to defeat Durgaron, the Unscarred. In the name of King Tiberius, what makes you think you are worthy to fight alongside me?
Of course this is Mikey's character. This feels so perfect for him. I once made a man kebab.
I once stabbed a guy in the chest with a sword, and it went all the way through and killed the guy behind him too. True story.
Mikey's
You
face.
stand at a three-way crossing. To your left, the raiders' training ground. To your right, their prison camp. Straight ahead, an enormous,
Done with
ostentatious
work
tent
and
that could
get
only
into making
belong
some
to
dinner, so gotta
Durgaron,
bounce.
the unscarred.
Maybe the
Which
life
way
is
do you
strange
go?
are the friends
Straight
we
ahead, right?
stranged
We're
along
supposed
the
to kill
way.
the Durg
So true, so true.
Elamon
Thank you
frowns.
for popping
The raiders
by,
could have some
gazebo
good loot at the
kids.
training ground, and
I hope
surely
you have
it
a
is our
lovely
duty to
and
free all those
delicious
prisoners.
dinner, whatever you are making.
Your choice, newbie.
And a good rest of your day.
Where do you wish to go?
Well, I'm not going straight to the warlord's tent, so...
Loot sounds good. Let's go to the training ground.
Sweet.
Upon arriving at the training ground, you are spotted by a heavy-set orc who immediately shouts and points. There are a dozen raiders on the training field, all of whom raise their weapons and charge.
Okay. So what do we do?
I cast Urgel's Acid Blast.
Mikey.
Overkill?
Bam!
You conjure up a wave of acid that washes over the charging orcs. Every raider suddenly starts screaming and writhing in pain. There's a sweet and sour kind of smell as the flesh melts off their bones like warm candle wax.
Holy shit. Visceral.
You see why I haven't really needed a partner?
The heavy-set orc sergeant still remains. He runs at you, swinging a massive warhammer.
All yours.
It's very visceral, but I feel like it's one of the things I love so much about Steph, is that she's such a like fantastic storyteller and so compelling. That's so fucking metal. Yeah, it is. Fatal Cleave sounds pretty cool.
Okay, let's end this. Fatal Cleave.
You swing your great axe downward with both hands.
I love that I
The
just
orc
saw
blinks, then
get to
splits open
chemistry
like a
class
hot dog
written
bun.
on her hand.
Fuck yeah! I'm awesome at this game.
It's going well.
Chloe having
What
to
about the
write little
loot?
notes to herself to remember
as the
like
training
what
ground
she's
is now
doing
a
is
roiling
giving
pit of acid,
neurospicy.
it's unlikely any loot survived.
Dang.
We all make mistakes.
Don't worry, Elamon guy. We all make mistakes.
Oh,
Elamon.
I think Chickpea wants out. One sec.
Calamastia, the elf barbarian, is most wise and forgiving.
What's next?
To the prison camp.
Guess it's time to free some peeps. Let's go to the prison camp.
You behold a field of standing iron cages, each imprisoning a human villager, calling out for you to free them. Only a small,
God, this D&D
elderly
game is so
dragonkin
cute.
is keeping
I was very
watch.
ill when I first
He
played this
notices
back in
you,
2017,
and in
but I
terror,
remember this bit
runs
so
into one of the
vividly.
few empty cages and locks himself in.
It's so good, isn't it?
Poor little guy. What's a dragonkin?
Dragonkin are like
That makes
little
me very
dragon
happy.
people. They're assholes. I bet he
And I
has
feel
all
like
the
it was
keys.
nice to...
Oh, okay.
I don't know, it
Hey,
was nice to
shitface.
have like the
Get out of there.
friendship with Chloe
The
and Mikey
dragonkin
and
hops
stuff.
up and down, shaking his ring of keys at you. He shouts in a strange language. Whatever he's saying probably isn't flattering.
Got any useful spells in that robe of yours?
Nothing that wouldn't blow up the cage and everything in it.
Yeah, I think there's like you get the feeling that like that they would have stayed friends, and I think it feels like one of the only like really strong like just completely like platonic relationships in the game, because obviously like the relationship with Rachel is like romantically charged, and I think even in Life is Strange it's like, okay, the main relationship is between Chloe and Max, but that's not entirely platonic. Like it does have a romantic charge to it, and I guess that like you could argue that like it doesn't have to be romantically charged, but I don't know, it feels like very much that the game inflects it in that way. And even with Max in the first game, like I feel like you have these like nice little interactions with a lot of people, but there isn't like a feeling of like a deep platonic connection that would have a potential to be like a deep friendship. The only person that I feel super connected to like as Max in that game is Chloe, and I don't think that's a bad thing, but I think that it's really nice to have this. Intimidate.
Intimidate. That's a skill I have. Can I do that? I want the little bastard to shit his pants.
You can try. What do you say?
Listen up, you little lizard.
Unfortunately, he doesn't speak common, which means he can't—
I cast communication on the dragonkin.
Shit. Really?
Now he can understand every word you say.
Time to work some real
Teamwork
magic.
makes the dream
So
work.
this is called a skill challenge, where you try to use—
Oh, I know what this is. I grab the bars of the cage and lean in, nice and close.
He steps back, his scaly skin quivering in fear. What do you say?
Also, yeah, Steph puts her whole heart into everything she does.
I wiggle my hand. Hey, dragonkin guy. Want to become my meat puppet? How it works is I shove my arm up your ass into your head, and then I can control your mouth from the inside to say things.
He doesn't seem to like that idea.
Neither do I.
The dragonkin pleads with you. Please don't harm me, tall one, but I cannot give you key. Durgaron much taller and meaner than you.
You're short, I say, but you can always get shorter. Give me the key, or I'll chop off your legs and beat you to death with them.
The dragon.
What was I gonna say? It's funny. Like, I love this sequence so much, and I think it's funny that as well. Like, one of the most memorable parts for me in True Colors
interrupt his yell by
is the
shoving my
LARP.
axe into the cage, pinning his head to the bars without hurting him. Then I say the following.
This is going to be good.
Here's what's up. I'm going to carve the skin from your bones. Then I'm going to turn your skin into a little leather handbag that I'll shove your skinless body into so I can carry it around with me wherever I go. That way, the next time some asshat refuses to give me a key I want, I can pull your body out and show them what happens. How does that sound?
Wow.
That's so fucking metal.
Nuts. I'm going to give you a +10 bonus to charisma. Go ahead and roll. A small
+10,
pool of
major.
urine collects under the elderly dragonkin as, hands trembling, it hands you the keys. Then it dies of fear.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Go team. Why don't you start unlocking the prisoners?
I'm on it.
As you free them, the prisoners run away from you in fear. What's next?
Obviously, the warlord's tent. Yeah, the fact that like this is so fantastic, and the LARP is probably one of the most memorable parts of True Colors for me. Definitely gameplay wise, I think is interesting because I think that like Deck 9 as a developer seems to have like a real interest in that like tabletop games and like depicting these characters like playing role-playing games and like doing the game within a game thing, which I think is
It's tent
cute.
time.
You enter the tent to find Durgaron, warlord of the
There he
Raiders of the
is.
Black Well, sitting comfortably at his throne. He's a huge red-eyed minotaur, swathed in a fine black cloak,
Swathed.
gripping a
Such a good
two-handed
word.
sword that's easily 6 feet long. His laughter bellows, wah ha 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 ha. Your lands and people are already mine. Your deeds here mean nothing. Your kingdom was weak. You are weak.
What an asshole.
I got this. I cast Zael's cataclysmic cone of fire.
The fire fizzles out on contact. Durgaron laughs again, holding up his right arm to show off his
Fire
bracer of
immunity.
fire immunity.
Shit. All of my battle spells are fire-based.
Except for, you know, Acid Blast, which someone used unnecessarily to show off for Chloe. Calamastia? What'll it be?
Annihilation Strike, because it sounds the
Oh,
coolest.
holy shit! Annihilation Strike. That sounds boss as fuck.
One?
That's bad, right?
Not for me. As you take your first step, you trip on a rock, collapsing onto the ground in a clangy jumble of metal. Your axe swings wildly to the side. Mikey, roll a reflex save.
Oh no. 3.
Your axe strikes Elamon's leg. Legs. Plural.
Rip.
Severing both feet at the ankles.
F's in chat.
I am so sorry.
Durgaron moves toward the crippled Elmon.
Oh, shit!
I told you this was my best
your
boss.
respects to
You didn't
Elamon's
tell me my
legs.
character might die.
Durgaron approaches, stomping his bloody hooves. Stomp. Stomp.
Oh, we
stomp.
gotta
This is
control
all
the
my
vibration.
fault. Sort of. What should I do?
Tats.
I jump in front of Elamon.
Wow. Thanks, Chloe. I mean, thanks, Calamastia.
Okay. Durgaron
It's just a
has
really
now turned his
nice,
attention
like,
toward
I think
you.
what's really
Bring
nice
it.
about this as well is the
He
way
charges,
that, like,
thrusting madly with his great sword.
I know, I guess because the way that I play it is that I'm trying to, like,
Shit!
I know that they care about
Your
this,
attempt to
so
dodge
I'm
his
taking it
thrust
seriously
fails.
and I'm engaging
Durgaron
in it
laughs as he
and
impales
stuff
you
like
on
that,
his
and I
blade,
feel like it's such
lifting
a
you high
lovely
into
moment
the
of
air.
connection for
Seriously?
that reason.
I can't do anything with that stupid bracer.
I don't know.
I'm
It's
sorry,
just
Chloe.
lovely.
Hey, I chopped your feet off. And we're even.
You feel your strength draining away as Durgaron lifts you higher into the air. It hurts like hell. What do?
His arm.
I bring my axe down onto his
Yeah,
arm.
baby.
The one with the fire bracer thingy.
Oh, brilliant.
You'll have to roll high to hit. You're almost dead.
20!
Fuck yes!
I can't believe she
Bring your
rolled a
axe
1
down
and a
and a wicked
20.
chop, severing his arm completely. His bracer of fire immunity clings to the ground.
I cast Gignomi's Fire Strike of Flame.
Oh, snap! Lying on the ground, you conjure a flaming spear, which flies from your hands to spear Durgaron in the chest, incinerating him completely from the inside out.
Rest in peace.
Damn, Elamon.
Durgaron is defeated.
Ooh,
but your
snap.
wounds were too great. I'm afraid Calamastia is dead.
I actually feel sad right now.
Better to have died a hero than live as a coward.
That was fun.
Check out what I drew.
He drew that real fast.
Mikey's got serious drawing skills.
Glad you enjoyed it, Chloe.
Yeah, I'll adventure with you anytime.
We'll see. Thanks for the game, nerds.
I love it. In my canon where
DVD? Check. Next
Max
stop,
and Chloe
chemistry
run away
class.
from Arcadia Bay
Enjoy.
together and make queer friends and play D&D, they keep in touch with Mikey and stuff, and they play D&D with Mikey and stuff sometimes over video calls, even though they don't live in the same place anymore. And sometimes they meet up together to go to protests and pride events in the same city occasionally, if they happen to be in the
From
same
late
city.
to class, that's just one more
And,
excuse for Mom to sick
yeah.
David on me.
That's what happens. That's what happens when Life is Strange ends. Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
What the hell?
What have you got here? Twitch?
Don't call me that!
True North. A jock so dumb he makes jocks look bad. Guess Nathan Prescott made the shit list.
Oh, wow. This is some really weird crap, Prescott.
It's not yours. Give it back!
I hate that you're on the team now. You're such a loser.
Guys, no need to fight. You can both be losers.
The mute speaks? Whoa, whoa! You earn a spot on the
It
squad,
was so
Twitch.
nice seeing Mikey again.
You don't have your
in
dad try to
wavelengths.
buy
Yeah,
off the
for
coach.
sure.
At least my family pays tuition. How much financial aid does your deadbeat dad need again?
Fucking
wow.
Kick him in the dick.
My dad lost his job at the shipyard when your dad closed it down. And you want to talk shit to me?
Leave Nathan alone.
Oh my god. She's
You know
so
something,
annoying.
Prescott? I'm gonna do you a favor. You can't be a part of the team and be into this stupid crap at the same time.
Wow, what is this? High School Musical?
You're a piece of shit.
Get your head in the
I'm
game.
going
Stop
to
it!
kill you.
You guys, stop! Chloe, do something! Don't just stand there watching.
Here's why the Prescotts have given so much to arts funding for Nathan's photography career. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna leave it.
Hey, if you don't take the time to stand back and watch, you miss some of life's finer moments.
Do something,
Like-
Chloe. Don't just stand there. What, like you, Samantha? Exactly.
That took me months to put together.
Quit the team, Twitch. Or
I
next time it'll be worse.
Like, I don't care. Honestly.
Go to hell.
You should be ashamed.
What about you, miss? What did you do? Like, what's your fucking problem? Like, if you wanted to stand up for him, then you should have stood up for him. Instead of, like, asking someone else to do it for you. And like how we left things, we'll talk more tonight. Perfect. Is that a sarcastic perfect? No. God. I hate this argument so much because they're both just being awful and then Samantha's irritating. I mean, to be honest, like, I do sympathize more with Drew. Like, yeah, Drew is being kind of a jerk, but I don't really blame him at being angry at Nathan. Like, okay, it's not Nathan's fault, everything that happened, but then Nathan's reaction is to, like, be classist to Drew. So I do sympathize
I'm officially
more
out of
with Drew in that
excuses to stay out
situation,
here.
even though he's being
Must
kind of a
mean
jerk.
it's chemistry time.
So yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel like standing up for Nathan today.
That pic would actually make a sweet tattoo.
Yeah, it would. Alright, okay
Maybe
guys,
if I
you
delay
know what's
going inside
coming.
long enough, Blackwell will be overrun by future excellence. And by future excellence, I mean mole people.
Oh, good. You're here.
It's Rachel.
I do beseech you, chiefly that I might set it in my prayers. What is your name?
Miranda. Oh, my father, I have broke your hest to say so.
Good. Admired Miranda. Indeed worth
Time
what's
to be
dearest
gay.
in the world. Many a lady I have eyed with best regard, and many a time had listened to... many a time the harmony of their tongues...
Oh, was her earring flashing
I
then? I
listened
don't know, I
to-
didn't catch that.
You're killing me. You've had weeks to be off book.
Sorry, Mr. Keaton.
No, don't apologize to me. Apologize to your scene partner who's been very accommodating, and to your other fellow actors, and most of all, to yourself.
Mr. Keaton, sorry to interrupt, but does this look better? I had my mom take it in a bit.
Rachel looks awesome. This is getting as surreal as last night.
Looking good, Rach.
Very cool.
Exquisite, Rachel, as always.
Mr. Keaton,
I would
I'm still having trouble with...
I would have simply
My affections
died.
are then most humble. I have no ambition
I would
to
have
see a goodlier
simply
man. I mean,
perished.
does she really mean that?
Especially because I just straight out told her I've been banging all the ladies.
Yeah, that is hard. We've talked about that line forever. We need a fresh perspective. The question is, are Miranda's feelings of instant passion for Ferdinand just inexperience in dramatic circumstances, or has she actually just met the love of her life? What do you think?
My controversial, well, I don't know if it's controversial, but I think it's really funny that, like, I don't know, I just think it's really wholesome the way that, like, with Rachel, like, obviously Chloe is more, like, more masculine and more butch, and she leans into that more and more, like, over the, like, ensuing the events of what happens in this episode and like over the years. But like there's something so adorable about the way that she gets kind of like flustered and like, I don't know, like flustered, and it feels kind of like girly pop, if you know what I mean. I mean, I don't want to like imply that it's inherently feminine to get like flustered and stuff, but it's just the way that like Rachel was putting her hand around her waist and like winking at her, and I guess like being a bit more like forward, and then Chloe is the one who's like all flustered and stuff. And I think because we're used to Chloe being very like confident and feeling very like very in control of herself and very like confident and unabashed, and you don't really see her like nervous like that. There's something so like cute about it, because obviously the dynamic with Max is quite different for a lot of reasons as well. There's something just very wholesome and very adorable to me about seeing Chloe like flustered like this around Rachel. But like I would have simply passed away. Like I got like being 16 and having like a girl like openly flirt with me like that would have sent me into another dimension. It's true love. I don't think it is.
Sometimes,
but
when you meet someone who's going to change your life, you just
I mean,
know
I
it,
don't think it is in
I
The
guess.
Tempest.
Also, you've got parents coming to see the show, right? At $20 a ticket, it's gotta be true love.
Wow. A romantic and a cynic. That actually kind of helps me. Thanks. Thanks, Mr.
Cute.
Keaton.
Later.
See you later, guys.
Not a straight person in this
First
room.
period improv with a class full of freshmen now.
Your eye looks fabulous. Where'd you get it done?
What?
Just kidding. That asshole really clocked you.
It wasn't a big deal.
I'll just be a minute.
Okay, so why am I here again?
Oh, could you grab my belt for me? I think it's in my bag over there.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
My only experience with The Tempest.
Get the belt. Don't say any stupid shit, and don't, like, fall down. Should be doable, right?
My only experience with The Tempest is playing Ferdinand and hamming up the romance with Miranda because we had a mostly female cast. Amazing. I think with how female friendships are versus men, because of the intimacy that seems to go hand in hand with it, there's much more room to get flustered when you can't get a read on whether it's gay or she's just like that. Yeah, that's very real. Yeah, I mean, in The Tempest, I would say that I don't think it's, like, true love. I think that's very reductive. I mean, I think that, like, because it's Shakespeare, so Miranda is a very young girl. She's, like, 13 or 14. And I think that, like, okay, she sees Ferdinand and gets the hots for Ferdinand, but she, like, literally does not know him.
My pants get lonely without my belt.
Why would you say that, Rachel? Why would you say those words? Why would you say it like that? And she wants to get off that island, right? Like, she really wants to get off that island. So I think that it's kind of like those feelings of, like, oh, this man could be an escape, combined with, like, horny teenage girl. And then for him, I also think that he's just horny. Like, and obviously he's, like, kind of misogynistic and stuff, and that really comes through in the play, but I don't think it's, like, true love. But I think that most, like, relationships in Shakespeare, I would argue that for, and that has a lot to do with, like, the historical and socio-political context of, like,
Did you find the belt?
Power
It
dynamics
should be in my
and
bag.
stuff. Isn't Ferdinand, like, the first... Yeah, exactly. The first man that she's seen in a while that isn't her dad. Yeah.
RA will suck as Prospera. If VC had any talent, maybe she would have gotten the part.
Talent? Is that what got Mr. K to cast you, slut?
Guess they don't call it drama lab for nothing.
Christ.
What to say, what to say.
No slut shaming allowed.
Slut shaming is so 2009. VC should know.
I can't believe she said my pants get lonely without my belt.
This poster definitely says...
I simply would have died.
Something. Hey now. Sharing is caring.
As I recall... There they are. There are the pencils.
I have feelings about this. Why do theater kids take themselves so seriously?
I definitely still have feelings about Nathan as Caliban. Because of the whole, like, Caliban is implied to be a black man thing.
The nicest backpack I've seen in my life.
And is, like, a literal slave.
This poster definitely says... something. Rachel looks so happy here.
It is kind of funny that, like, like in this photo, the tiny version of Rachel is just like a tiny body, but with the face of, like, older Rachel. It's slightly uncanny valley.
There's Rachel's belt. Guess I'll go give this to Rachel now.
Ding. Little noise from completing the objective. Drama is life.
If I'd known acting meant getting to play with weapons, I totally would have auditioned for the Tempest.
I think Chloe,
I guess the Prescott donation doesn't cover
Chloe
this.
would have a great time doing some LARPing. For sure.
Sweet caller, Pepe. Should be life is drama.
Oh, that's another Life is Strange joke. I love it.
Rachel Amber. Drama star and guardian angel. I still can't believe that was her last night.
Gonna shit on Nathan. Just to mix things up a little bit. So I feel like I've not really been thinking about my decisions, but I've not been doing things very differently.
Just keeping it real.
Sometimes you just gotta turn up the heat.
Pretty impressive to get all of the pencils stuck in the roof like that, to be honest.
I'm gonna guess it's from Logan.
Ah, Logan.
Must be 100 costumes in here. Am I the only student who's not in this show?
Alright, here we go.
Rachel? Is this your belt?
Yes! Thank you.
I never noticed all the pencils in the ceiling. What a cute little detail to add. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if there's like a resolution to the missing pencils plot. I don't think that you can resolve it. I think you can just see them up there.
I really liked your costume.
Thanks. So, did you bring flowers for my dressing room?
She's making eyes. I always forget how hard Rachel goes. Like, she's flirting so fucking hard. Like, she wants Chloe. Like, holy shit.
I guess I owe you.
I'll hold you to that.
I'll let you finish changing now.
It's so cute. It makes me feel like I'm a teenage girl again.
Chloe Price.
Rachel,
am I doing
Amber.
okay? No. No, I'm not doing
Last
okay.
night was amazing.
I'd never seen Firewalk live.
I
Your
literally
show.
feel like I'm a teenage
We'll
girl
have to
again.
do it again. To tell the truth, I went to bed last night wishing it never had to end. But then I thought, why? Why does it have to end?
Oh, she did the thing. She did the little putting a strand of hair behind her ear.
Maybe it doesn't have to end.
Exactly. How would you like to join me on a little field trip?
Fuck yes. I was born to ditch.
I hoped you'd say that. No, about that eye. That is a hell of a battle scar. Do you want me to cover it up with some makeup?
Yeah, because...
Yes, please. People won't shut up about it.
They are just so heart emoji, hearts around the face emoji, heart eyes emoji.
Hold still.
This is a lot of makeup.
Yeah.
That's the price of valor. Close your eyes.
There's something as well about, like, when girls do each other's makeup.
Much better.
And they're, like,
Holy
touching your
shit.
face.
Let's get the hell out of
And
here.
it's just... The scene is just, like, gay. Yeah, I don't know, it's those little things that capture, like, the specific, like, intimacy that,
You sure you
like,
don't want to
women
just
can
grab the
have
bus,
as
or-
well, that
Nope.
just
If
really,
we're gonna
like,
go
get
rogue,
me,
we're doing it right.
you know?
Well,
What the hell am I getting into here?
No, you don't need to apologize, Henry. I identify a lot with Chloe in this game, like a whole fucking lot. Me too. We were talking a lot about that earlier, actually. You're not oversharing
this
at all,
thing
so you're
go?
very welcome to talk about that, like, while we
North?
play, because I know
Maybe
that
we'll
I
end
feel
up in
that way,
Seattle.
and there are definitely other people in the chat who also feel that way about Chloe. Like, she's very personal to me, and I, like, relate to her, like,
Pull up a chair,
lot,
Price.
very deeply.
The view's
Especially of
amazing.
when I was this age, but... That scene kills me
Rachel
because
wants me to
of it,
pull up a
'cause, like, I
chair.
had the experience that she had
Maybe one of
there.
these crates.
Oh, pal. Yeah, the putting on makeup or doing nails or playing with hair is so intimate. Yeah, sorry, I just did it. Like, even thinking about it, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. There's something, like, about the specific way that, like, women can have intimacy and, like, show affection for one another, and, like, there's something about it. And I think that it's interesting because I know that, like, for a lot of, like, sapphic people, there's that question of, like, how sometimes it feels like you're uncertain about
I
that
should
line
take my
between
seat.
the platonic and the romantic, because this is just how girls are. And I think it's like, even when it's platonic, it feels intimate, if that makes sense. And it's like that specific kind of intimacy just really... Like, this is why I'm a lesbian. This is why I'm a lesbian, because I love women so much. I love women. I love it when they do the little girly things they do, and I love it when they show their love and affection and intimacy for one another in that specific way that only they can. And it makes me so happy.
So check out the view.
It makes me so fucking happy. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. It just makes me so happy, and there really is nothing like it. Anyway.
Guess we're not the first ones to hop on this train. I wonder what the symbols mean.
I think that I feel like Geek Remix had a theory video where she talked about these symbols and stuff, and it's interesting because the cover of Music from Before the Storm, the album by Daughter, that soundtracks this game, has symbols on it that are similar to this.
Grab a crate to sit on by the door.
I think it's like a kind of code.
Whoa, Nathan's dad is a Terminator? That totally checks out. I feel pretty confident there's going to be a dead body in here. There's my chair.
I love this scene, but we're gonna get it without music, so that's gonna be interesting.
Thing's heavier than it looks. Guess I should sit down.
In a minute, but I think I can graffiti
I
this
see
wall.
humans, but no humanity. Everybody is somebody, but no one wants to be themselves. Some preachy graffiti up in this train.
What do I want to say?
Human is another word for monster. I was supposed to read Huck Finn in English last year. Now I'm living it. Price 1. Twain 0.
I've never read Huckleberry Finn, but my understanding is that it's one of those like great pieces of American literature, quote unquote, and that like it comes up in a lot of American like school classes and stuff.
All right, Chloe. You're on a freaking train with Rachel.
I've definitely read
freaking
some
Amber.
of those, but Huckleberry Finn isn't
Play
one of
it
the ones that
cool.
I've read.
Is this nervousness? Is that what this feeling is? Wish Max were here so I could ask. Should I make small talk? Is that what people do?
Okay, so I'm gonna pick this one because I think that I know what she's gonna say, and
It's nice Rachel
Yeah.
we're having.
What?
I mean weather. It's nice weather.
It sure is. So, it's kind of weird that we're hanging out.
You mean because I don't hang out with anyone and I don't have any
I
friends?
think
You have friends.
Well, I used to. Friend. Singular. Her name was Max, but she left for greener, more northern pastures.
That sucks.
her eyes are looking very green in this remaster. I feel like I don't remember Rachel's eyes being so like striking before. Yeah, so if you choose to say nice weather, if I remember correctly, if you throw the belt over to Rachel, then she says nice weather, no problem. But if you see Rachel changing, then she says nice Rachel we're having, because she's like flustered. Which I think is adorable. I love how we all know what's coming here. Yeah.
Hey, so I want to say thanks
For pulling you out of school?
No, dummy. Thanks for last night. If you hadn't shown up.
Assholes abound in Arcadia Bay.
I owe you. That's for sure.
Is that why you came along?
Are you suggesting I should need a reason to ditch school?
I bet you're wondering what we're doing.
The thought occurred, yeah.
Well, I wanted some company.
Oh, Rachel.
That's it?
Rachel,
That's
Rachel,
it.
Rachel. Why can't you just tell me the truth, Rachel?
Good to fucking go. Anything beats another second in Blackwell.
You really hate it there, don't you?
You don't? Right. What reason would Rachel Amber have for hating Blackwell Academy? Your high school royalty.
You don't know me. Yet. Let's do something fun.
Obviously I'm gonna flirt. I was gonna say, I don't know if I've like thought about this deeply before, but I do think it's quite interesting how it seems to be a theme in this game. I don't know if I deeped it before, because I was thinking about this when Samantha, you can talk to her about what that play, what's it called? Something to do with Virginia Woolf, and I responded, and Chloe said it's a play about how relationships only. Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? Thank you, Cos. That it's a play about how relationships only work if people are willing to lie to each other. Now, I believe quite the opposite, and I think it's interesting that that is a quite significant theme in this game, which plays out in more obvious ways in the third episode. But it's interesting. I don't know. I don't think I've really thought super deeply about that before. Maybe I have and I just don't remember. But it's an interesting thing that that's like a theme in this game. Because like I definitely believe quite the opposite. Like you just have to be honest with people, right? Like as much as you can. And relationships, to my mind, are built on like trust and communication, and obviously you can't trust someone if they lie to you. So I don't know, but there are people in this game, there are characters in this game who do quite a significant amount of lying and convince themselves that they're doing it out of love. And it's an interesting thematic element. I don't know.
V-card's been punched, Rachel. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Too far.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, something fun. I'm all ears.
2 truths and a lie.
What?
I think we should play 2 truths and a lie. It's a game where each person offers up 3 facts about themselves, 2 of which are the truth, and 1 of which is
a lie.
Right. And then the other person has to guess which is which.
I feel like one of the things that you like, even though again, like I don't really feel like this has changed enough for me to feel like a remaster was necessary, but one of the things that's notable is that a lot of their eyes look more vivid. And I know that a lot of people commented on the remaster of the first game that something that was notable was like some quite glassy looking, very bright, vivid eyes. And it's the only thing that I've noticed consistently is quite different, like in a lot of these characters, is that their eyes look different. So, I gotta admit, sometimes it's giving me a slightly uncanny effect, like it was with Joyce.
Sounds fun. You're on.
I'll start. First, I'm ambidextrous. Second, I was born in New York, the land of fashion and Broadway. To which I will one day return when my heinous exile here in Arcadia Bay comes to an end.
Is it? She's got
New
like
York,
a
huh?
slight
I've never been.
winged eyeliner moment.
Not a world traveler?
Not yet, at least.
If you could travel anywhere, where would you go? Russia, Greece, Kathmandu?
Kathmandu?
One day, I'm going to climb Everest.
And I thought moving away from Arcadia Bay was ambitious. What's your third thing?
My third thing?
2 truths and a lie. You say 3 things.
Right. I'm a Leo.
Meow.
Meow.
Okay, so ambidextrous, born in New York, and a Leo.
We still got to do
Gotcha.
those accurate birth
So,
charts
which is the lie?
for Life is Strange characters. So there's demand for that, like for me to get as accurate possible of birth charts for these characters. Then I'll definitely do that and post that at some point on the channel. I don't know, like I could do it as like an Instagram post or like a short video or something maybe. That could be cute. The lie is New York.
You seem more like a Cali girl to me.
Damn, Price. Not bad. Long Beach, in fact. West Coast is the best coast.
I've only ever lived in Oregon, so nothing to compare it to, I guess.
Then we'll have to change that one day, won't we?
I feel like it's so
Okay,
painful to hear
your
her
turn,
say this
Price.
stuff about like all of the
First
things that
fact.
she dreams about doing
Right.
and the places that she dreams about going.
Something about myself.
For
Should I start
obvious
things off with a
reasons.
lie or with the truth? Or should I cheat? Let's see how good she really is at this game. Sad to say this, since you're a Leo and all, but I'm allergic to cats.
Are you now?
Swear. I used to love country music when I was a kid. Now it makes me want to throw up. Literally.
That's weird.
I'm gonna play like break the rules because I'm a bad girl. I
I
just want to
once
see
broke
what
my
it's
hand
like.
punching Stephanie Kowalski in 5th grade.
No way.
Bitch took my yoo-hoo. Knocked her the fuck out.
I see you like to write notes to yourself.
Helps me stay focused.
Also, sweet scar.
Come on, what's she gonna say? I don't think I've ever cheated at this game before.
You're hella mysterious, Chloe Price.
Hella? Who says that?
It's a Cali thing. Anyway.
Shot through
I
the
think I
heart.
have your number. I'm not sure why country music makes you throw up.
I'm a complex girl, Rachel.
I think it's probably true. Also, I kinda like the Dixie Chicks.
Who doesn't? Forgot about the Dixie
Q and
Chicks.
David both. No accounting for taste.
Oh, come on.
Who's David?
He's, the guy my mom's seeing, I guess.
Oh. And you don't like him.
Being vulnerable.
It's still so weird that she's dating someone. My dad and my mom, they were totally in love. You can tell how fucked up she is now just by how she's settling for David. He's this total hard-ass ex-military jagoff type. Like, the opposite of my dad.
Oh. That sucks.
Yeah. David has no respect. He acts like I'm some kind of problem to solve. Sometimes I am a problem, though.
It's interesting she
That's a load of bullshit.
says it like that. It's interesting she says it like that like, David has no respect because Joyce and David keep going on about how she doesn't have any respect for them, but I guess it's exactly like you were saying earlier, cause of like respect is something that's earned, right? And so it's interesting that she says like David has no respect, like he doesn't respect me, so why should I respect him?
What do you mean? You're not a problem, Chloe. You're a person. It sounds like the only problem is David. You need to hit him where it hurts.
The only thing that David loves has 4 wheels and a 4-barrel carburetor.
Oh god. A muscle car?
I'm probably going to steal it soon, so...
Let me know if you need an accomplice.
Go.
Now,
just looking
about
at each other
this
like
broken
that.
hand story. It's not that I don't think you could knock Stephanie Kowalski out. A bitch takes your yoo-hoo, she's gotta get got.
Damn straight.
But you didn't get that scar from punching someone.
No.
That scar is from a distal radius fracture.
How could you possibly know that?
I broke my wrist when I was 10.
Ah.
The point is, I know that the scar you've got comes with breaking your wrist when you fall. Like, from a skateboard?
Yeah.
I guess 6 years ago?
7. Well, shit. I always thought I was a good liar.
Good thing you're pretty. Which brings me to your alleged cat allergy.
Alleged?
I'm calling
she's going so hard.
Why is that?
I mean, maybe you're allergic, but I've passed by your locker a few times, and I've seen that old photo of a cat you keep in there.
Paying attention, are we? What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something, and now I've forgotten what I was gonna say, because I didn't want to interrupt the moment that they're having. But I will say that I really enjoy this so much because I remember what I was gonna say now because it's kind of related. I really enjoy this so much because, like, yes, Rachel is like being flirtatious and stuff, but she's also like genuinely trying to get to know Chloe, and I feel like that's, for me personally, that's part of the reason why this feels so nice, because it's not really something that I necessarily feel the need to label, but if I was going to label it, then I would probably say I was demisexual, in the sense that, like, again, like, I don't feel like it's as simple as that, but I guess that I feel like, yes, I feel sexual attraction to people, but I don't really feel like I want to have sex with people unless I'm, like, have an emotional connection to them. And for me, I feel like the build up of, like, emotional intimacy and romantic connection is what builds sexual tension for me. Because I, like, if that makes sense. And so this is the kind of thing that is, like, hitting all of the spots in terms of the stuff that I like to see when it comes to, like, sapphic relationships in media and stuff. So it feels, like, nice that she's being a bit flirtatious, but she actually wants to get to know Chloe. She's actually, like, showing understanding and empathy and interest, which is also something that, like, again, even if it was entirely platonic, that Chloe isn't really, like, getting like, from other people right now. So it's nice to see her have that as well. I think that's one of the really nice things, is that, like, you see so much of people treating Chloe like shit. So when you see someone like Rachel, like, being interested in her, defending her, showing interest in her, taking her side, those are things that feel really important. And I think it's influences part of the way that, like, I play Max in Life is Strange, for sure, is that I want to be that person that has Chloe's side, that's there for Chloe, and stuff like that. And the thing that I was going to say that's kind of related is that, like, I don't know how much y'all like know about this, but I feel like the fandom and like fan reactions to Rachel have been really weird, and they've been really weird generally since the first Life is Strange. But I think that they became especially weird when this game came out, because obviously you actually interact with Rachel and she's actually present in this game. Because I feel like so much of it is like, I don't know, a lot of it characterizes her as like manipulative and like a vixen type and stuff like that. And I feel like there are a lot of ways in which arguably these kind of characterizations of Rachel really fall into like troubling or demonizing stereotypes about bisexual people, like, you know, as like lying and cheating and promiscuous and manipulative and like blah blah blah, because, you know, Rachel feels very firmly like bisexual, right? Like she has a very clear like interest and attraction to in a relationship with Frank, and is, you know, again very like clearly interested in Chloe as well. So she feels very like firmly, very clearly like bisexual to me, whereas like with Chloe it feels more ambiguous for me. And I feel like the way that she's characterized is like, one, it feels like it feeds into those tropes about bisexual people, especially women. And second, I also kind of feel, and I don't think that that feels true to her character for me, because she, I mean, like, okay, she lies to Chloe and she does some stuff that I don't agree with, but I don't think that it's actually like intentionally. I think it would be unfair to characterize it as like malicious or manipulative, like intentionally. Like it's still at times arguably manipulative behavior, but I think it has a lot to do with the fact that she's a young girl and her parents' relationship is not a model, and like her family is quite messed up and stuff. And she also, the game is like, stop talking. And like, so I don't think that she necessarily like understands why behaving in that way might not be healthy, especially as she sees that kind of behavior modeled in her father. But I also think that there's like that it must really like mess with her head the way that a lot of people see her, like even in the universe of the game, because she's so like idolized and so like put on a pedestal by so many people, like including her parents, but like also at her school, and she has this like reputation and like stuff like that. But how many people are actually like seeing Rachel Amber as a person and trying to get to know Rachel Amber as a person? And I think maybe that for her as well is why the relationship with Chloe is important, and why a lot of the themes in this game about like building a relationship on a foundation of trust are so important, because like Rachel doesn't really like have her in her life, and I feel like it's interesting that fans react to her, so many fans have reacted to her in that way, because not only do I think it's like biphobic and misogynistic, but I also think that it's I feel like it's there's a lot of it that feels like it's adultifying like a teenage girl who's like making mistakes and trying to figure out how to have relationships and is not doing a perfect job of that. Because like, yes, it's shitty that she like cheats on Chloe. I don't know how like defined their relationship was, but and like betrays Chloe in that way, and it's shitty that she like lies to Chloe and sometimes like betrays manipulative behavior, but like at no point do I personally think that that's characterized as like her being like a manipulative, like vixen, like evil bisexual woman who just wants like sex and doesn't want like actual emotional connection, because I don't think she's like that at all. I think she's a teenage girl who's figuring stuff out, but I think that she actually like really desires emotional connection, and she really cares about Chloe and is just trying to find a way to like do that. And the situation with Frank as well, like how dare those people characterize her as like a like malicious vixen type when Frank is twice her age and takes advantage of her, and it's literally statutory rape, like and so I just think that the fan reactions to Rachel, especially with this game, I felt like so many people, this game came out, they were being like, oh, she's being so manipulative, you can't trust her, and the imagery about like the fire is about how like you shouldn't trust her because she burns so bright, but like if you get too close then you'll get burned and stuff. And I was like, shut the fuck up, you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. It's been a while since I've had a rant, so there's a rant. I label myself as demi-romantic and demisexual as well as a lesbian because I only feel really strong romantic or sexual attraction towards people I have a strong emotional bond with. And those people are not men. Totally with you. I really love sapphic stories that are slow burns friends to lovers and build up a bond. Me too. Me too. Yeah, Rachel's going through a hell of a lot, and she's also, what, 16? Yeah, she's 16 in this. Especially because she seemed to idolize her father and see that pedestal broken must be heartbreaking. Yeah, for sure. Fandoms are just really hard on complicated, messy women and girls. Yeah, exactly, and that's misogynistic. And I think that the way that fans react to both Chloe and Rachel is, like, very misogynistic, and then with Rachel I think it's quite biphobic, and then with Chloe I think that it's very, like, disableist and classist. Wait, people really made that fire connection? That's fucking wild. Yeah, I mean, the game just kind of, like, shoves the fire imagery in your face, but that is one particular interpretation of the fire imagery that I just don't necessarily, like, agree with. But we'll see, like, we'll get to those scenes where the connections are made between Rachel and fire. Like, oh, Rachel is like fire, blah, blah, blah. Beauty is like a trap, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay, anyway, in the vein of what we've just talked about, I will continue to be emotionally vulnerable with Rachel.
His name was Bongo. He was a gift from my dad.
Did he pass away?
Yeah. My dad died 2 years ago. I thought everyone knew that.
I meant Bongo.
Oh my god, of course, that's what you meant. I'm so sorry.
Hey, that's okay.
Awkward moment of the year?
Definitely. So, if my math is correct, you cheated. You told one truth and 2 lies.
Maybe I just needed to test you.
Or maybe you have
Shut
trust
up.
issues.
Why would you say that?
You are crazy good
Why would
at
you
this
say that I
game.
have trust issues? I don't have trust
A
issues.
lifetime
Why would you call me
of
out?
Studying the human condition.
Why would you say that? I know they meant they connected to fire. I mean that, oh, but you should stay away is kind of, yeah. Yeah, that's, it's, I personally think that that's a ridiculous interpretation of what's going on. Like, it's so reductive and it's so hell-bent on just, like, mischaracterizing and, like, demonizing Rachel and, like, reducing her character. I thought everyone knew that hits. Yeah, about her dad. Yeah. I think there are a lot of seasons why seasons. I can speak right now. There are a lot of reasons why I really love this scene in particular, because it has that really lovely feeling of like you know, it's like a little bit awkward and stuff, but it's like, you know, you're interested in another person and you're trying to get to know them. And that feeling of like building emotional intimacy with a person and getting to know each other. And I guess that depending on how you play this scene, you can be very withdrawn and it can have a very different, more stunted kind of vibe. But I've obviously like been playing it as trying to like open up to Rachel and try to be vulnerable with her and try to connect with her because I want to do that. And I think that, you know, with Chloe, one of the things is that like no one is like, people are not really like connecting with her in the way that she needs someone to be there to like hear her grief and witness her grief, if that makes sense. Like, she needs someone to witness her grief and to connect with her and to have space for that grief and to listen to that. And she's not really like had that in her life. Her mother is not being empathetic. David is being an asshole, and Max has left. So she hasn't had anyone to like witness her grief, and most of the people in her life are just like really awkward about it, and they don't know how to deal with the fact that like she's the girl like whose dad passed away. And I think that's really shitty. I don't know if, obviously that's really shitty. I don't know if like I've talked about this. I think I talked about this in the like Life is Strange, the first game remastered stream. I think that it's, you know, about how Max maybe feels like because she can't say the right thing, or she doesn't know the right thing to say, that she withdraws from Chloe, and we witness how that is painful for Max, because she loves Chloe and she doesn't want to be connected to Chloe, but because of her like struggles with anxiety and stuff, she chooses to avoid the situation, and how like what you need in that situation, it doesn't matter if she messes up, it doesn't matter if it's kind of awkward like this, and there's some kind of like little awkward moments or stuff, like what Chloe needed is someone to be there and to like listen to her and to share and to experience her grief and like share her grief and listen to her grief and witness it. And so this feels like such an important thing for her character. Like it feels so important for her and like her development as a character and a person to have had this relationship with Rachel. And it puts into such big context like why Rachel was so important to her. Like it wasn't just about the romance, it wasn't just about all of that stuff. More than anything, it was about having someone actually like empathize with her for once and actually have space for her pain and for her grief. And I don't know, I think this scene is like beautifully done and I love it.
Well, I'm impressed.
I bet it's hard to impress Chloe Price. I'm gonna feel good about that one. When your dad is the district attorney, I guess lying is something you're used to.
Seriously?
Seriously.
I know who to call if I need to get out of a ticket then. Not that I have a right of my own. Car first, embarrassing number of moving violations second.
Hey, thanks for trusting me.
Trusting you?
You played the game. Also, you told me about that dickwad David. Now he's on my shit list too.
Hell yeah. Mustache brain won't know what hit him.
I guess. You opened up a lot, that's all.
It's not a big deal.
Hate to break it to you, but Chloe Price is not exactly renowned throughout Arcadia Bay as a bastion of trust and empathy.
Well, you didn't have to say it like that. I mean, you didn't have to say it like that. But that's just so nice. And like her acknowledging, like, thank you, and thanking her, like being like, thank you for putting that trust in me. It's just so good. It just really is very good.
Trust doesn't exactly come easy to me. Maybe if you'd had my life, you'd understand.
No, I get that.
On the other hand, I got on this train with you, didn't I?
Fair point.
Because I think to an extent trust is something that you choose to do. It's not just something that you feel.
Wouldn't mind listening to some music.
And I guess that is literally something that plays out in the scene. You either choose to trust her, or you don't. Because I guess also in the sense that like when you don't know someone very well, like you got to take a risk to choose to trust them and to have faith in them. Because you don't know what the outcome's going to be. You take that leap of faith.
Hey, wanna listen?
Annoying because I love, like, again, this moment is so perfect with the music, and we are not allowed to have the music. Damn you, Twitch! Damn you, Twitch, for ruining my perfect, beautiful Life is Strange moments. It must be so fucking awkward if you just listen to the music alone, though, and Rachel is just sitting there. I love this song, the actual song. Yeah. No, I love it too. It's such a lovely song, and the scene is so perfect with that song, and I will never forgive Twitch for taking this away from me. The soundtrack for this game is really brilliant. Like I feel like both the original soundtrack, of course, composed by Daughter, but also the like licensed songs. Life is Strange just does that so fucking well, man. Like, they don't miss. They don't fucking miss. And then the way that each single one like has a very different soundtrack, but it's so like perfect and plays such a huge role in like the emotional resonance of the game in such a perfect way. Like, after I played Life is Strange True Colors with the music on, because the first time we played it with the music off on stream, and I played episode 5, and there's that one scene where No Thank You by Dido plays. I love that song anyway, but I cannot listen to that song now without thinking of that scene, because it's so powerfully used in that scene. Like, it's so, like, for me personally, it very much struck a chord for like personal reasons, but like it's so emotionally resonant in that scene that like I cannot hear that song without thinking about that game now. And Life is Strange, they don't miss with that. Like, it's one of the, for me personally, that's one of the most powerful things about these games, is that the like soundtracks are used to perfection. It makes me sad we can't hear it. Yeah, I'm sad about it too. Well, I'm just gonna have to play this again sometime off stream and listen to the songs.
Since I was a kid in Long Beach. Reminds me that there's more to experience out there than just Arcadia Bay. Maybe one day I'll go back to Long Beach, or anywhere but here. Maybe sooner than later.
Oh, Rachel.
Me too. Arcadia Bay can suck a bag of dicks.
Sometimes I feel like I've got no reason to stay. Don't be surprised, Chloe, if one day I'm just out of here.
Let me know if you need an accomplice.
Check it out! We're here! What? Where is here? Jump and find out! Did you say jump? Jump! Fuck it!
That feels like a parallel when Rachel, like in that moment when Rachel says, sometimes I don't feel like I have a reason to stay. It feels like a parallel to the swimming pool scene in Life is Strange in episode 3 when Max and Chloe are talking, and they basically say that they are each other's reason to stay in Arcadia Bay. There's an otter in my water. I love that scene. I love that scene. I'm a huge fan of Daughter and of Life is Strange, so when they announced Daughter would score an LIS game, it was like the universe gave me a gift. Yeah, and it's a really beautiful soundtrack. Oh my god, that was a perfectly soundtracked scene. Alex's escape from the horrors outside. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh, a totem pole. Forgot about that. There's an otter in my water. Dum 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 dum
Hey.
dum dum.
It's actually a pretty nice view. Glad you approve. And as your reward for making it up here, I have a new game for us to play. Another one? I like games. Deal with it. This is when
Do you
want to
play D&D?
It's all about improvisation.
The whole, like, because there is this whole thing of, like, oh, she likes acting and she likes playing games and she lies. And it's a bit like, chill out, okay? Like, yes, it's a thing for her that she struggles with, like, because of everything with her father and the way that people see her at school, right? Like, but you can't blame her for having, like, a trouble with her sense of identity because of the way that, like, the pressures that she experiences from school and from her family. Like, you can't just be like, oh, she's, like, an inherently, like, manipulative person. Like, it makes complete sense for it to be something that she struggles with as a person, like, to understand what genuine, like, trust and honesty and, like, connection looks like. Of course she would struggle with that. It makes so much sense because of what she's been through. Sorry, I get so mad. I get so fucking mad.
I know all the world's a stage and shit, but I'm not an actor.
Really? I see you acting like you're tough all the time in school.
Cold out.
That's... Damn it.
This game involves spying on people from afar. Luckily, we got some high-tech surveillance equipment right here. Let's fire it up.
I guess all of this then does kind of, like, cast a different light on the previous scene, but...
That blows.
Well, shit. That was my last quarter. You?
Quarterless.
Damn.
Hey, maybe I can MacGyver something up. I've been told I'm pretty handy.
Oh yeah? Let's see what you got.
Alright.
Rachel really wants to use this viewfinder. I'd love to get it working for her. This whole day is out of order, but in the best possible way. Damn, that's an old tree. Wait, does this sign say butt rot?
Wonder why Rachel wants to use that viewfinder. Anyway. What are her motives? The curved chair-like growth pattern of the tree reflects the Native American custom of shaping such trees to mark trails or denote areas of cultural importance. It's really interesting. It's a beautiful tree. Okay. We'll try and remember
Looks
what
like
I'm
this
going
one
to do
might
here.
actually be working.
Oh, let's talk a shit about this guy first, though.
Dwight Mueller really killed it with this statue of an explorer guy. Where are all my explorer ladies at, though? Probably at home, washing laundry and spitting out kids. Fuck you, Dwight.
Okay, but there's some point where she talks shit about...
This
There we
Blackwell
go.
guy sure liked founding stuff that was already there. Founders keepers, I guess.
More reasons to love Chloe Price, you know? But it's interesting. I feel like they actually try and, like...
Yuck. Cliche much?
They
AW
actually
and
bring
DW?
that up in this game because of the obvious, like, very reasonable critiques about, like, native cultural appropriation in the first game.
Just a day in the park with Rachel Amber. You know when something kind of amazing is happening, you don't always stop to think about it right away? And then when you do think about it, you start thinking about it a lot. And the more you think about it, the crazier it seems until pretty soon you're psyching yourself out and then everything turns to shit. Yeah. Let's not do that today.
Okay, if you say so. Squizzles.
I guess nature doesn't quite provide.
Well, that'll be because of how human beings ruined it.
If Max were here, she'd probably take a black and white photograph and call it Innocence Lost, or some shit.
That's such an amazing call out.
I've always said the Prescott family has a couple screws loose.
Oh, I need to ask Rachel for a nail file. That's what I need to do.
Totally gonna get you that quarter.
Love the confidence. Would love a quarter even more.
I want a nail file.
Totally gonna get you that quarter.
Love the confidence. Would love a quarter
Okay,
even
but
more.
how do I... Okay. Do I have to try to undo it first?
I've always said the Prescott family has a couple screws
I know
loose.
that I have to ask Rachel for a nail file, and then that's how I undo that thing. But...
Wait, is that the same AW as before? Not afraid of commitment, I see.
I love the specific way Chloe makes fun of Max. No one else is allowed to, lol. Exactly.
I've been saying sorry all morning. I admit it was really dumb to lock the keys in the car. You've been on me for 3 hours.
My hierarchy of needs goes pot, then beer, then wine. Still, wino has a classy ring to it.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's badass.
Yeah, I thought I'd already looked at the plaque, but I'll try and do it again.
Yep,
Thanks,
it's
Buzz.
official. I'm learning way more ditching school than I ever do in class.
Yeah, I feel like in the way that people were interpreting the imagery in this game as well, like a lot of the stuff about the raven, trickster spirit, which is to be respected but never trusted, is something that people projected onto Rachel. But I have to say that if anyone is to never be trusted and is like a trickster, then surely it's James Amber.
There's gotta be something freeing about being able to build your home wherever you are.
But also, I don't think
whatever
it's
is around
as
you.
simple as like projecting one of these themes or images onto a specific character. Like, I think that that's extremely reductive. I don't feel like this game necessarily encourages you to do that with the Raven. Maybe the fire thing is a bit too heavy-handed, but I don't feel like that's what it's doing with the Raven, you know?
I guess nature doesn't quite provide.
Get out of here, woodland creatures. Have some self-respect.
Just replaced by birdies.
This trash can is in pretty high
Because
demand.
the animals are starving. Poor things. Okay, let's try Rachel again.
That is the look of a person who is used to getting what she wants. Wonder what that feels like.
There's also the fact that the class dynamic in their relationship is interesting.
Totally gonna get you that quarter.
Love the confidence. Would love a quarter even more.
Okay, there must be something else I have to do.
Looks like this one might actually be working.
Investigate. Oh, I see.
Huh.
There we go.
Looks like I might be able to pry it open with the right tool.
There we go. I had to try this first.
I'm not getting in there with just my fingers.
Yeah,
Maybe
thank you,
Rachel
Faye.
has something I can use?
Yeah, so I can't pry it open, so now I'll ask Rachel.
I'm thinking about prying open that viewfinder. Got a knife on you?
A knife?
Yeah. My mom took mine.
No. How about a nail file?
I think a nail file is kind of a funny thing to take around with you.
I guess you could stab someone with a nail file.
Oh, right. Sure, let's try it.
Because, like, okay, like, I would carry around, like, a tube of lipstick or something, like, to top up my lipstick, right? Like, that would be, like, a fun, girly thing to carry around. Or, like, a hand mirror or something. But, like, I'm not gonna file my nails on the go. Like, my nails should be ready before I go out. Oh, wait. No. I got overzealous.
Damn it. It always looks so easy in the movies. Wonder if I can find something sturdier to use.
Yeah, I got this, Chloe. Come on. Let's go, girl. Fuck you, Prescott's. Okay, don't throw away her nail file.
Stealing a dedication plate?
To be fair, I do need a nail file when I'm out
Persistence.
sometimes, because if you break a nail or bite it or whatever. Okay, yeah, I didn't think about that. I have one on me a lot, but I find I catch them a lot on things and need to smooth them off. Okay. That makes sense. I'm sorry I didn't consider that. There's logic to it, I promise. No, that makes a lot of sense, guys. Sorry, I didn't think about that. Alright. Let's get Rachel her quarter.
First got power, activate.
Yeah. I love destroying property to steal things. Well, I guess it was hers in the first place. But I love destroying property to steal things for my girlfriend. I love being gay and doing crimes.
I win. That was enough of a game for me.
Your MacGyver skills are second to none. Except, probably, MacGyver.
God, that eyeliner wing is strong. That is a strong wing from Rachel.
Rachel smells like jasmine? Is she smelling me right now too? Really should have showered this morning.
Alright, here's the game. You find some people for us to spy on, and then you and I will act out what they're saying and thinking.
That's it? I do that in my head during, like, every class.
See? You're a natural. Let's give it a try.
Of course we can't look at her yet. Although, speaking of MILFs, respectfully...
Hey, what do you say we barbecue some squirrels when we're done here?
God, you just have the best ideas.
Alright, come on. Hello, sir.
Think this guy's married to a nutritionist? He's all like, I'm not allowed to eat this stuff at home, so...
I'm so glad I became a lawyer. I love getting paid in fries.
Do you think he represents the Hamburglar?
Wouldn't he be paid in hamburgers then?
Shit, you're right.
I mean, he is eating a hamburger by the look of it.
They totally stole my third grade art project.
Wow, you made that?
Can't you tell?
It does have a certain gives zero fucks quality that I recognize.
That statue is like, what's going on here? Is that deer okay? She's a little, eccentric.
Alright. Let's see. Why do we always hold hands like this? Didn't you tell me you were ambidextrous?
No, I didn't. I said I was ambisexual.
Oh, so you can have sex with both of your hands?
Exactly. Wanna see?
Only if you let go of my hand first.
That's very funny. That is very extremely funny. Grill Dad. I'm gonna see if there's anyone that I usually miss. No. Yeah, I think I've seen all of these before. This one's probably my favorite.
What's going on with these two?
And the Lord saith, Thou shalt make a burnt offering of your firstborn son.
Who are you talking to, Dad?
No one, son. Now, lean into the grill and see if the fire started. Further. Further.
Wow, that was dark. Too dark? Perfect dark.
Slay.
This is fun. Who's next? Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to hog the viewfinder.
Rachel.
Jackpot. Commence makeout session in 3, 2, 1. Nailed it.
They're such an odd-looking couple.
They are really going at it.
Oh, honey. I think we used the vibrating bed for too long. I'm totally seeing double.
Rachel?
Read the room, Chloe.
Hey.
I don't know if you could
alright?
tell, but there's definitely a
What are we
strong case for Chloe
Last
being
I
some
checked, you're supposed to be
flavor
Chloe
of
Price.
neurospicy.
Yet we've been ditching now for hours, and we haven't even gotten wasted yet. That's got to be against some school ditching rule.
Rachel. I love you, but why are you doing this? Why are you doing this, Rachel? No.
I don't know. I might still be hungover from last night.
Wrong answer. You don't ask a girl out and then not buy her a drink.
And also, to be fair, Rachel is also being very all over the place right now. So I do think that any reasonable person would also just be like, what is going on?
They have a bottle of wine.
Let's steal it.
Okay. Or we could go try to find a liquor store instead.
No. You shouldn't bring alcohol to a public park if you're not willing to share it with everybody, right? And fuck it. I just want to take something that's not mine. All right.
Rachel.
Can we help you?
Someone get her an Oscar.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. Talk about committing to a performance. Better. There it is. Time to snatch and run.
What do we do?
Sneaky sneak. Swipe or no swiping.
Oh, thank God. Please, this girl is in trouble. Go get help.
I've seen autistic and ADHD headcanons for Chloe, and I relate to her a lot, but that might partly be projection. I think that you can, like, I think that, like, her and I definitely share similar traits in that regard. But I think, like, I think that you relating to her can be because of those things, and also can be because of other things, right? Like, because I guess that, like, sometimes you also meet, they're not real people. So you have characters sometimes that, like, okay, on paper, they share something with you, right? Like, they might be autistic or have ADHD or, like, whatever, they might be queer or, like, whatever the thing might be. And, like, on paper, you could relate to that person, but you don't relate to every single, like, person for that reason. Like, you might share traits, but maybe you have other things that, like, aren't in common. So I think that it's, like, it's completely valid if you relate to her specifically because of those traits, but also because of other things. And maybe those things are connected as well. like relating to a character can be for a lot of reasons, right? And I also think that like I've had a very strong, for me personally, I've had a very strong sense of like relating to Chloe for a long time, and in that time, which has been many years now, maybe like 8 years, I would say that my perception of myself and also like who I am, because it's been a long time, has changed like a lot, including like at one point I self-diagnosed with BPD, and I don't really feel attached to that label anymore. And now I feel like I definitely like have traits that are arguably ADHD or autism. I don't really know, and I personally, for me personally, don't really feel like the need to label that, because I kind of treat it on a basis of just, I don't know, like understanding my experiences and seeking like to accommodate those, and I don't, for me personally, like feel the need to like self-diagnose anymore. But when I did self-diagnose with BPD, I felt very strongly like, oh, like Chloe has BPD traits, and I don't really see it in that straightforward of a way anymore. But there are definitely like things that I would be like, yeah, there are definitely certain traits that Chloe has shown around both like, you know, struggling to focus and like having to have mechanisms in place to maintain her focus, which includes like writing on her hands, or you know, I think quite consistently she's shown like in social situations having difficulty reading them or interpreting them, and those are things that I can definitely relate to, especially like in some of the ways that that's come across. But I think that those are just some of the reasons, and then there have been like a lot of other reasons as well, like that I relate to her, if that makes sense, because there's obviously like other stuff going on with her, because she's like a complex person. Like I relate to how some of the stuff in her relationship with her parents, and I relate to like how rebellious she is and how like angry she is about her situation, and things like that as well. So it's quite complicated. I think that like I feel like when I think about Chloe, and I've been thinking a lot about the video essay that I wrote about like disability and agency and stuff. And again, I feel like if I was going to revisit that, then I don't know if I would say Chloe probably has BPD and I have BPD and that's how I know, or like frame it through that lens anymore. But I think the lens of like however one might interpret or interpret her character, there are definitely like certain traits that she has and certain experiences that she has that a lot of people could find relatable for different reasons, whether that's a person with BPD or a person with who's autistic or a person who has ADHD. But I think that when you are thinking about how she's treated in the game and like how she fits into the systems of power in the game, then I find it useful to think of her as like disabled as like a broad political category, even if we aren't pinning down like a specific diagnosis for her. I guess for me personally, I don't feel that that's as important to me anymore, but that has a lot to do with my like anti-psychiatry journey in my politics as well. So it's interesting. I guess I just wanted to share that that's something that I don't really have answers for and that I feel quite like ambivalent about. But I think that when I think of Chloe, I think, yes, she's definitely a disabled person, like in the political sense and by definition. Like that's for sure. That's like definite. And a lot of the way that she's treated in the game and a lot of the experiences that she has in the game are because she's a disabled person. and in terms of like both like with mental distress, and then later on with like physical impairments. But I think that like diagnosing Chloe or something, like I think that can, like if you feel like you really connect with certain traits and you want to headcanon her in a certain way, then I think that makes a lot of sense, and is like valid, and there's definitely like traits that she has that can be headcanoned in that way. And yeah, I don't think I have like a conclusion or anything. I think those are just some of my like reflections on the whole like Chloe and disability politics and like mental distress thing. But that has so much to do with the fact that like in the time since I first played this game, I've gone on a like personal and political journey around like anti-psychiatry and disability politics, that I feel like in that time over many years my mind has been open to a lot of things and my views have changed on a lot of things, and which are quite complex, if that makes sense. When I said I hadn't seen a character like me before Chloe, it was the BPD aspects I meant, but I realized that's projection on my part. It's fine though, like there's not like, I know that you just for both of you guys, I just want to validate that like, but because it feels like projection might be a thing of like invalidating yourself. Like it is okay to be like, this is a fictional character that I really relate to, I see things in common, and like so, and it feels like this specific thing is the level that I'm relating on. So I don't think that in that sense like projection is a bad thing, right? Like I think that projection can be a bad thing when you do it to real people, but like if you're connecting to a fictional character, and like often that connection to a fictional character can be a way to feel comfort or to process things or to empathize with yourself, like that is okay. That's okay. It's not pejorative, and I just want to say that. Yeah, I get that, and I definitely relate to a lot of aspects of her personality and her being queer and certain aspects of her situation, but I agree, I think she also definitely has signs of ADHD and autism and also BPD. I think there are a lot of universal neurodivergent experiences in the sense of disability that have to do with discrimination and how she's treated, especially in regards to gender. I get what you're saying for the most part, Faye. I think that I might not necessarily agree that there are like universal neurodivergent experiences, because I do think that even for disabled people or neurodivergent people who all fall into that category, there will be different experiences that are often inflected by things like race and class and gender and sexuality. But I guess that I understand what you're saying about how the reason why we use those terms is because there are common and shared experiences, if that makes sense.
I need to get these two to focus on Rachel so I can swipe the wine.
What are you waiting for? Go!
Don't look at me. Look at Baywatch over here. I don't remember how to do CPR. Wah. It's time to nut up or shut up.
Watch out. I'm going to check her pulse. That's on her neck, right?
I still think you should go get help. There's a ranger station on the other side of the park.
Good point. We'll keep watch while you go.
Look at all the time we've wasted already. This woman needs mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Stat.
No.
Yep. Definitely needs mouth-to-mouth.
Okay. You can do this.
Based on what?
I can't do it.
Pathetic. Look, he's clearly useless. This woman needs help from someone who actually knows what they're doing.
Pretty solid example of a woman
Hey,
being with a
look
man
at me.
that she doesn't even
Do
like.
you want to be locked out of the car of life forever? Or are you ready to break in there and seize the keys to your potential?
Oh my god. You're right.
Doesn't make any sense.
Hey, wow. I'm all better now. You saved my life.
God.
From the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Yeah.
To
Good
me,
work, everyone.
personally defining
Peace
myself
out.
as autistic and ADHD is important and useful.
That was incredible.
And
You're a hero.
Diagnosis is not necessary, but
guess
help
I
me
am.
get accommodations. Yeah, and that makes complete sense, Faye. Like, I totally understand that, and that's true for a lot of people I know. Universal probably isn't the best word, but I meant there's a lot of common shared experiences based on discrimination. Yeah, for sure. I get you. Don't worry.
No, thanks. You're the one who really worked for it.
Suit yourself. I am excessively sober right now.
Right. Okay. Guess we're leaving now.
Yeah, I think the thing is that, like, it can be extremely helpful, but there's also... It's difficult to reconcile that, like, both at the same time in the current context, like, those, like categorizations like that can help people access certain things, but categorizations like that have also been designed to oppress people, and can lead to facilitating their oppression. For example, categorizing people... psychiatrists categorizing people with BPD and then institutionalizing them in psych wards, for example. So I think it's a very complicated thing, right? A very multivalent thing in that sense. And it's like, that's why I'm anti-psychiatry, but I'm not like...
Hey, check this out.
Anti-people self-diagnosing and like finding community in that, because that makes perfect sense and I wouldn't be against that, of course. And there was like a time in my life where I did that as well. I felt exactly the way that you do, or describing, sorry, I don't want to assume, but just the way that I feel like you're describing, I felt like that about when I self-diagnosed with BPD, 100%.
Great. It's a pile of trash.
Yeah. An awesome pile of trash.
Let's explore. You have fun, Chloe. I'm gonna go sit down.
Rachel's been acting kind of standoffish ever since we left the park. What's her deal?
I was just thinking that it's interesting that, like, they arrive and Rachel kind of dismisses it or calls it like a pile of trash, because I know that she will act differently later on once we've like moved through this this kind of bad moment that she's having and bad feelings that she's having, but because of the way that I feel like Chloe is constantly associated with trash and like with the junkyard and all of this, and that there's this whole thing about like how discarded things can be beautiful and discarded things can have uses that people never imagined them to have just because they didn't fit into the definition or the purpose that they were designed for or that they were meant to be for. And that feels like quite a beautiful metaphor for what goes on with Chloe and why she's like associated with like trash in that way. I feel like there's the obvious also class association of white trash as well. Quotation marks, because I know that that's like a classist term. And then in that moment, even though when they have the conversation earlier and Rachel is like, you know, you're not a problem, you're a person, and you know, you feel like that is genuinely the way that Rachel feels about Chloe, but in this moment, like, there's something about her saying like, oh great, it's a pile of trash, that feels like, I don't know, like it feels important. And then, you know, they're about to have a conversation as well where, you know, Chloe is gonna kind of talk about feeling like trash. And yeah, I don't know.
I've heard that actors are moody, but wow, Rachel.
I'm not moody. I just need some space. Is that alright with you?
Okay. Actually, no. I thought we were having a great day together. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?
I'm not acting like anything. I just want to be left alone right now.
I don't understand.
No. I don't understand. You can't just turn on me for no reason.
I'm sorry, turn on you? I guess I forgot. It's always about how you feel, isn't it? Sad Chloe's fucking sad again. Maybe you should try giving a shit about other people for once.
Are you serious right now?
Fuck!
Okay. I still have no idea what's going on with Rachel, but apparently she gets smashy when she's angry. I can work with that.
Yeah, ouch is right. I forget how rough this this is. Yeah. Yes, yeah. So on record, autism diagnosis can be used to take away your kids and deny you access to immigrating, adoption, etc., etc. Yeah, 100%. So it's that, right? Like, it's the fact that psychiatry has created these systems to categorize people and oppress them in that way. Because, like, when you have a diagnosis like that on record, which was obviously, like, created by the psychiatric industrial complex, then it means, like, it's used to oppress disabled people in that way. And I think that I feel like the phenomenon of disabled people finding community through those diagnoses is something that, like, the system, it was designed in that way to oppress disabled people, but then disabled people in the face of that have actually, to some degree and in some ways and to some extent, like, practice a way of reclaiming that or subverting that by actually taking solace in the diagnosis or by connecting to other people and forming community around the diagnosis. And I think that that's a pretty wonderful thing. But I think that, like, yeah, if that makes sense, that's kind of a part of the tension with that. Oh, don't worry, you're not clogging the chat. You don't have to apologize. I always appreciate y'all being really engaged and having these discussions with me, because sometimes I feel like I'm just chatting shit. Like, interesting Rachel points on I'm not acting and such, like, sign she's been accused of being fake or manipulative before. Maybe obvious, but I don't know, I thought it was interesting. Rachel points on I'm not I'm not 100% sure what you mean, Henry. So feel free to elaborate. I'm falling asleep. That makes no sense. Oh, no worries. I think I kind of get what you're getting at. Okay, sorry, took me a second. So because she kind of is emphasizing that she's not acting, you think that she in the past might have been, like, accused of being manipulative in, like, situations, and that's why she's reacting in that way. No, that makes sense. Don't worry, Henry. I have a BPD diagnosis on record, and let me tell you, good luck getting help from a GP or therapist after that. I'm really sorry, cause that's really horrendous. Yeah, because I kind of had an experience where I self-diagnosed with BPD, and it helped a lot at that time, and it definitely helped find community at that time. But I actually, and I guess it was before my politics around psychiatry developed to what they are now. At that time, I actively sought a psychiatrist because I was like, if I have a diagnosis, then I can get help, because to be honest, misguidedly thought that. And now, knowing what I know, I know that if I had a BPD diagnosis on record, I would probably be locked up right now. And I'm not, like, being overdramatic, and I'm not trying to be cynical, but there is every single likelihood that if I had a BPD diagnosis on record, I would not be here. Especially because, like, I'm a queer racialized person. Like, it's just not... The diagnosis has meant a lot to me, extremely validating at the time, but yeah, there are downsides. Yeah, for sure. And I think it's important to capture that nuance. Sorry. My chair just went. For sure. Thank you for piecing together my thoughts. No worries. It is an interesting point that you raised, that perhaps people have accused her of being manipulative before. I think that would track.
Hey, check it out. I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer drinking it next to an old toilet. Home run!
Can I see?
Sure.
I asked you to leave me alone.
Are you kidding me? I know you're the school princess and all, with the DA daddy and the perfect grades and all the perfect little Victoria chases kissing your perfect ass, but seriously? Fuck you.
Great. I'm leaving.
Shut up, Chloe, you nerd.
See you around, Chloe.
You can't leave!
Yeah.
Watch me.
Ugh.
Rachel,
this is so rough. I forgot how rough this is.
Why not?
I was gonna say because I love you, but that's coming on a bit strong at this point.
Because I don't want to ruin this the way I ruin everything else in my life.
And what is this exactly?
Something more! I'm about to smash it. God, this scene is so painfully well written. It's yeah. You know, before this game came out, I was worried about it, because the way that in Life is Strange, there's, like, so much, you never meet Rachel, and there's kind of a mythology around Rachel, and you only, like, get to know anything about Rachel through what other people say about her, but particularly Chloe. And you kind of build up this mythos in your head about Rachel Amber. And I honestly, like, when this game was announced, I was like, I don't know if they can deliver on that. They delivered. They really delivered. In case it needs saying, self-diagnosis is a valid way of doing things. Like you said, community is amazing. Yeah, 100%. I mean, if anything, I kind of almost think that self-diagnosis is more valid than getting a diagnosis from a doctor. But I don't think that we need to hierarchize things, but, like, when it comes from a doctor, it's usually a tool of power. When it comes from yourself, it's usually a tool of finding community and self, like, taking care of oneself. Yeah. Something more.
I mean, fuck. Are you actually going to make me say it?
Say what? Exactly.
You know, like a friendship. But more. Ah. I know. Weird, right? It's just, today was the best day I've had since my dad died. And when I almost ruined it just now, the way I ruin everything, it made me realize whatever's going on between us is special. Come on, say something. Chloe, you know what? Forget it. This was really stupid. I mean, you're Rachel Amber, and I'm Chloe Price. It's not that. It's just hard right now.
and I can't talk about it. Why not? Because I can't. I know it isn't fair, but it's how it is. Goodbye, Chloe.
She makes it sound so final and then they make up 2 seconds later. These two are so dramatic. Like, they're so dramatic. Like, you definitely get a sense of how tumultuous this relationship must have been over, like, the course of the 3 years afterwards, right? Like, they were, like, knew each other for 3 years.
Fuck this place.
I'd probably want to smash stuff in a junkyard too. I mean, I feel like that most of the time, to be honest. Okay, so I can get a achievement by do this. Face your anger. Good name. What does it say? Good kiddo. Oh, wow. Ouch. OMG, I did not know that. Yeah! I found the graffiti in this place that's slightly harder to find because sometimes I forget that that's a thing that you can do. Good kiddo. This scene with the bass line of the music playing as you smash everything was so fucking great. Yeah, it's like when she picked up the bat, I was like, I can hear the bass in my head right now. It's so terrifying, actually. Yeah, that is pretty terrifying. Okay, and then I think that there are a few that, like, you're supposed to smash because it's thematically relevant. Look at her little angry little march. It's very different when you're doing it with no music. Oh. Damn. I forgot how good it is that all of the buttons just say smash. Smash, smash, smash. Okay, so this is interesting. You can actually spend as long as you want here because the scene won't progress unless you smash these 3 because of the themes. I didn't realize that.
You know she's fake. You can't take your eyes off her. Who else do I know who fits that description? Fuck off, Rachel.
I don't think she's fake. I think it's harsh to call her fake, but I understand why you feel that way, Chloe.
I've never understood your hard-on for cameras, Max. You took 1,000,000 pictures of us, and not one of them showed that you were gonna leave when I needed you most.
Ouch.
Fuck
that
cameras.
one really hurts. That one really hurts.
If you want to rip a family apart from the inside,
oh cool, her hands have paint on them. Never noticed that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I had noticed that before either, actually.
David.
Ow is right. Oh, guys.
Dad.
Yeah, it does feel way different with the music, without the music. Yeah, definitely. The first time I played that scene, I was like, really fucking hit. It's still really, like, powerful.
Why are you crying, sweetheart?
Because you're not real.
I'm not.
What is going on?
I will say these are my comfort games while being utterly destroyed by them. Exactly the same here. So, literally same. You know that meme that's like, bitches will be like, this is my comfort thing. And the thing is like, yeah. Same. Oh my god. Wow. We're doing great. We're all very well-adjusted people who are not traumatized in any way.
I guess I did that.
Kiddo, look on the bright side, would ya?
What bright side?
Made a new friend.
You made a new friend today.
So you can also, I think I might have fucked it up already, but you can graffiti this poster.
I don't feel drunk.
Gotta say, that was some fight. A lover's quarrel, you might say? She nearly took your head off.
I just clocked a Life is Strange 2 parallel.
What do
as
you
well.
care?
Sorry, sweetheart. I guess I'm getting into your personal business.
That's just wine on the floor. Right? What's past is prologue.
Okay, I think I might
shit.
have fucked it up.
Sometimes people need you, though. Even when they don't admit it.
That line always sounds so weird. Yeah, I've seen people like criticize William's voice acting in this for being too robotic, but
Rachel.
That feels intentional to me because it's it feels like intentionally like the way that his voice that he's delivering those lines is meant to feel uncanny because like as well Rachel's face in that scene feels very like uncanny. But it's interesting the fact that that dream in particular, but is also like a premonition. So the dreams are really, really interesting in this. I think it's one of my like favorite parts. But I'm such a sucker for that kind of thing. I love like a surreal like symbolic dream moment. That's a bit of me. That's a bit of me. And yeah, I think that the hardest hitting ones for me are probably in episode, I want to say it's episode 3. The dream where she's on the stage with him. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like for me, I appreciate the kind of uncanny effect from the way he delivers his lines and the way that like their faces look kind of like Rachel and William's faces look kind of blank. And I guess it's kind of, I guess if you think about Rachel in that dream as well, like she's not dead yet, but she will be. So I don't know, I guess to say that I don't know how much Chloe only ever sees ghosts in those dreams.
You came. I'm glad.
I'm also wondering about the symbolism of the tree in the sense that yes, it's a twisted tree, but the reason why the tree is twisted is to show what direction to go in, or to show a place of significance. That feels important, but I don't necessarily know how yet.
Hey. I couldn't let the day end with whatever this afternoon was.
Chloe, I want to talk to you about something, but I don't know how to talk about this.
You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to.
You remember that guy that we saw under this tree with that woman?
The ones who were making out?
That was my dad.
Oh. All right.
And that woman was definitely not my mom.
Oh.
The worst part is, I'm not surprised. I felt like my dad's been lying about something for a while. I didn't know what it was. So when I saw he got a text from an unknown number asking him to meet, I thought I could catch him or something.
I'm so sorry, Rachel. I don't know what to say.
Neither do I. Chloe, I love my dad. I love him. And I never want to see his fucking face again.
When my dad died, I was so mad at him. For months, I felt wrong because half the time I thought of him, I wanted to scream. And the other half, I forgot.
Forgot that anything had changed. It's silly, but I've carried this photo around with me for years. It's from Mount Hood. My dad took me hiking there when I was 10, and it started raining, and I fell and broke my arm 3 miles from the car. I remember screaming like I was gonna die, but my dad, he carried me down the mountain. I still remember the smell of his coat, and how calm he was, and the sound of his voice, and he was just so strong, you know? I felt safe.
You trusted him.
Completely.
Here.
Chloe, I owe you an apology.
Yeah, you do. Good. I'm glad that you said that. I'm glad that she said that. You really do. I don't think that Chloe is as in the wrong here, because Rachel, I mean, she acted really out of line, and also she like lied to Chloe about her reason for wanting to like hang out and stuff like that, and that is pretty manipulative behavior. But I think that like Chloe, I feel like in the argument that they had, she probably could have handled it better, and I don't really like super hold that against her because it was a shitty situation and she's a teenager. But I don't know, I guess, yeah, sure, I owe you one too. Why not?
Hey, we were both kind of the queen of shitty.
No, I mean it. Whatever's going on between us, it's intense and new and awesome, and you had the courage to tell me that you feel it too. And I treated you like shit.
Courage? I don't know if I'd call it that. More like blind desperation.
I just want you to know I'm lucky that you were with me today. You're a badass, Chloe Price.
What?
Remember that biker asshole who wouldn't let you into the mill? You talked your way right past him.
I don't think he was an asshole.
You saw that?
I liked him.
And those skeevy douchebags who followed you
They
upstairs?
were assholes.
You dropped that one guy with a bottle to the face.
Only because you showed up at the last minute and...
See? You're the real thing, Chloe. I don't know anyone like you. Plus, you came along with me, no
yeah,
questions
but that's just because I'm a useless
well,
lesbian. Don't worry
I
about
don't
it.
really need a good reason to ditch school.
I guess tomorrow there'll be hell to pay.
My mom might skip grounding and just go straight to the death penalty.
And my dad will definitely punish me with...
Fuck your dad.
Fuck him.
What I wouldn't give to leave this place and never look back.
What's stopping us?
A lot.
Us?
A lot of things.
Are you serious?
There's nothing keeping me here. Not anymore.
So, if I came to you tomorrow and told you to pack your bags...
I'm serious. Let's do it, Chloe. Let's leave this place forever.
Okay.
I'm just thinking about there's no reason for me to stay, so I want to leave with you, versus Max and Chloe's like, you're my reason to stay.
Can I borrow your
the song
lighter?
that plays here, the song that plays here is my favorite song on the soundtrack, and I'm devastated to not be able to hear it right now. But it is perfect, and it's absolutely perfectly scored to this scene. Like, it hits so fucking hard. I'm gonna have to listen to the soundtrack after this.
Come on.
scene with flaws is art. It's the way that it builds, and then when she kicks over the dumpster, it just goes so fucking hard. It's absolutely perfect. But also, one of the like theories that circulated in the fandom around this moment was, oh, like, does Rachel have a superpower secretly as well? And I'm kind of glad that they left that ambivalent. But her visceral scream in that moment, which is obviously like incredibly powerful. I think it's powerful for a lot of reasons, but it immediately reminded me of like Rachel's revenge, of that phrase that Chloe uses. Or is it Max that says it? In episode 5 of Life is Strange, one of them says, maybe this storm is Rachel's revenge. And it just made me think of that. Yeah. Yeah, God. And then the way that the rest of the song plays through this, and ugh. I feel like this cutscene's looking a bit weird though. Like, I feel like this cutscene is somehow looking like lower res than I remember it. I don't know if that's just me though. Yeah, it is. Okay, I mean, Life is Strange Before the Storm remastered. It's not giving remastered. I gotta say that. Like, it does not look different enough from the original for me. I don't think that this one needed remastering. I think that there's definitely a case that Life is Strange remastered, like, it looks significantly different. But I don't think that this one needed a remaster. So in terms of that aspect of it, like, it's not giving. It's slightly different, but it's just not different enough for me. The close-up of James's eyes with the fire reflected should have been beautiful, but it looked flat. Yeah. So on that front, it's not giving. But, I mean, otherwise, like, it is Life is Strange Before the Storm, so, like, it's still giving. Okay. Episode 1, Awake. You attacked. You were mean to Joyce. I wasn't mean to Joyce. I was honest with Joyce. You stayed out of the fight instead of defending Nathan. And you told Rachel that you are more than just friends. Took the money, didn't buy weed from Frank, didn't read Joyce's self-help book. Oh, I thought that I had. Never mind. I didn't put the photo of William on the dresser. Yeah, I chose not to do that. I didn't slip money into Joyce's purse. Oh, I don't think I... Did I have money? Oh, yeah, I did have money. I forgot that you can slip the money into Joyce's purse. I turned Elliot down, because fuck him. I did tell Skip I liked his demo, even though we didn't get to listen to it. I finished the tabletop game with Steph and Mikey. I didn't sabotage Victoria's homework, because I do got a soft spot for her. I told Rachel I believe in love, because I knew that it's framed that way. I don't believe that Miranda and Ferdinand are in love, but because I remember it being like, either you telling Rachel that you believe in love in general, or that falling in love is stupid. That's why I did it. You shared earbuds with Rachel and you jumped out of the train. Alright. No. Episode menu. Okay, alright. You were defensive with Joyce at most. Mean is stretching it. Yeah, I agree. I don't like the way that that's framed either. I never knew that was an option. I've never done that before. The money in the purse thing, I mean. Yeah, I remembered it. Well, I guess while we were playing, I didn't remember it being an option. Now that we've seen that, I remember that being an option. I don't remember exactly what happens if you do that, because I feel like I remember that Joyce isn't really particularly grateful for it. So, yeah. Okay, guys, well, there it is. There's the burning tree. And I guess if we're thinking about the symbolism of the tree being how the tree is meant to mark somewhere significant or show you a path, then the burning of the tree is perhaps significant as well.